Hello everyone, Intier here. Welcome to my Guild Wars stream. I think this microphone needs to be a little bit further over. So let's just go ahead and, for the time being, continue on in Prophecies on Girudo Sensou. Hi Fear. I have too many windows open. Hope you're doing well today. Good to see ya. Leave this guild hall. Get ourselves to the Thirsty River. Okay, so when last we left off on Girudo, I still feel like this needs to be over a little bit more. I had just finished doing a bunch of stuff in these lands, Maguma Jungle. And now it's time to do the Crystal Desert missions. So it's not particular need for any specific order. I guess I just decided to drop myself off here in Thirsty River. Don't think I need to change anything. Yeah, that happens. That happens. Okay, so yeah, let's just go ahead and enter mission. No. Let's not enter mission. I don't want to. I just looked at my own bar and I'm like, wait, no, that's not what I want to be doing. That's not what I want to be doing at all. Yeah. There we go. Alright. What things I need to worry about here? Right, there's the giants. That'll be giant stomping us early on. There's not a whole lot I can do about those unless I want to go to Eye of the North and get I Am Unstoppable, so... And I'm not doing that right now. I remember I was running an Assassin's Promise bar. Cool. Well, congratulations on that one. That's a, it's a lot of doing stuff in order to get yourself up there. Let's see. I actually really liked that bar that I was running. But this one's going to have a bunch of bosses. Maybe I want... Hey, Clean Star. Good to see ya. Trying to figure out what I want my bar to be. And apparently my ear's itchy. Apropos of nothing in particular. You know what? Vanquished everything except the 3 chart areas and used the books you farmed for Ebon Vanguard. Well, that'll do it. Let's, instead of doing this right now, let's go actually up to here, and let's at least get to the Eye of the North and like get some skills and stuff. Because I'm really feeling a need for that. Let's see. Talcora and I don't know, Acolyte Sasuke, because there's a bunch of stuff weak to fire, which is not what Acolyte Sasuke is doing. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Okay. Step 1, I need this. Let's see. Is Talcora overlapping? Talcora's probably fine. Yeah. Talcora's probably fine. I have multiple signets. I'm just using the Skill Booster League for Girudo Sensou, Mana Guy. Also, hello. Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. So, nothing super in particular. Let's see. Do I want... Oh, you know what? Okay, I'm getting some ideas floating. All right, let's see here. This bar should be fine. Yeah, Signal of Devotion. Okay, I've got plenty of that. I want to probably rune up the Acolyte here. But I want to move him into Fire Magic. I like him in Fire Magic. Okay, I have Fire Attunement. Okay, I have Glowing Gaze. Good. Let's see. Incendiary Bonds. Immolate. There's Incendiary Bonds. Flare's probably fine. Firestorm. I do like a Firestorm. I kind of want to run him as an RC. I can take a couple points out of... Actually, yeah, no, let's do this. There we go. Get a moderately strong RC. Because then I have better condition control stuff. What I want to do at some point is just finish my builds for every elite project. Let's go get... Let's see, I don't think there's a rune trader here, right? No, I don't think so. Let's just go to my guild hall and get some elementalist runes for the Acolyte. Oh yeah, I got this Voltaic spear on Sunday. I don't know. I'm not gonna need 2 plat. Probably. Ooh, my goodness! Minor energy storage is not worth that much to me. I do want a super fire though. Okay, Acolyte Sasuke. Have a superior fire. Hey, NLGW. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. This is Snowflake. Ah, okay. Alright, let's go wandering into further reaches of Eye of the North for a moment. I know that's not what my title says, but I'm finding myself... Okay, let's... Okay, back to square one, which is I need an actual bar, though. I don't know what... No, I want Jungle Strike, and then also Fox Fangs, and sure, Ninetail, but also Blades of Steel. Why not? But I want to go get some skills. In particular, I want to get some of the assassin skills that are up here in the Eye of the North. Is this warriors spinning in circles? Alright, this is an odd mix of things, but it should be fine. Probably the water Ellie is not, strictly speaking, ideal here, but... You done talking? Do I need to listen to this? I honestly do not remember the beginning of this well enough. Obviously, I came up here... Okay, yeah.
Are you lost?
I need to trigger Jorah and her dialogue. But I want to get, like, Trampling Ox. I want to get... I probably want to go get some of the... Or do some of the Dwarven Boxing as well, I think. because I would like to get some of the brawling skills. I need to make that other emote idea that we had. It's a little bit disconnected, but yeah, I didn't have any lockpicks. This guy's hanging on his stuff meant for April, when I can get him the anniversary short bow. That's in critical strikes. Like an enchanting zealous bow. Here's the enchanting. Here's the zealous. This is a weird bow. This is plus 15% damage. On low or on health degen, which is not something that it's not an inscription.
Never anger a Nord. Why are you here?
Get some of that Norn reputation. Let's go fight an avalanche. There's gonna be quicksand. I hate quicksand. Quicksand's the worst. But yeah, Trampling Ox is super good with Palm Strike. It knocks down if the target is crippled, and this cripples and goes and allows you to do a dual attack immediately afterwards, which is kind of ideal. So they're a really, really nice combo. I want to be able to do that, amongst other things. Maybe I should have put on critical strikes instead of... Oh well, decisions were made. They'll be lived with. There's the eye. They do a pretty good reveal of it.
Who goes there?
Ugh.
Who sent you?
Again, not a big fan of quicksand. It just makes your energy sad. All kinds of sad. I'm just skipping cutscenes here. We saw these somewhat recently on my lore playthrough that I did. That's just Gwen introducing herself. Actually, she might be a hero now. Not until we go inside. Okay, now that I'm here, I want to buy some skills off of Micah Ferguson. I don't know how many I want to buy off of him, but there's up to 20 skills that I might want.
News?
So, nope. Definitely not that one, though. This one for sure. I want all of these assassin skills. Lotus Strike is a nice one to have access to. Falling Lotus is another one that's really nice. So here's Trampling Ox. Yeah, it must fall an offhand attack. Basically, this sets up the offhand attack and cripples for 4 seconds, and then this knocks down a crippled foe, which is really nice. Sada Signet's alright. Shadowfang is really neat. It ends and sends you back to your original location when the hex ends, such as when the enemy dies. So that's a pretty cool design. Signet of Deadly Corruption is potentially useful. And Vampiric Assault is a neat one. Body Shot's good to have. Volley is... have... Sloth Hunters is a lot of damage, but it's also very energy intensive, so I'm a little hesitant. And I don't really feel like I need rapid fire. Poison tip signet though, absolutely want that. I'll buy smoke powder defense. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm only kind of buying it just for completion's sake. I think Unseen Fury is generally better. This has other benefits because it'll like just half the next time you take damage, but okay. I'm gonna go ahead and trigger this next part. Again, I do want to get back to the Crystal Desert, but I just want to acquire some skills first. Those are some of them. I also want, let's see, when.
How can I help?
Yeah. The plot relevant, triggering, seeing the destroyers. I'm gonna let this play a little bit because I'm trying to remember what the first vision is. No, never mind. That's them talking about the thing. I don't feel like watching all of that.
How can I help?
Oh yeah.
How can I help?
Missing Vanguard. I'm just gonna activate all of these.
Hail and well met.
Hey, Ogden. Gwen's now been unlocked as a hero. And let's go place this monumental tapestry as well. Cool. Okay. So with that, actually, let's go ahead and add skills for Gwen. One Gwen, please. Oh, ineptitude and panic. Hey, Andy. Good to see you. And then also one Eye of the North. Let's see, how was I doing this? Hang on, I have it written down on a thing in front of me. I think it was just 25 Eye of the North skills, right? That's not the one. Yeah. Add 25 skills. Okay, Eye of the North is right here. Place this with a 25. There we go. Sure, that's just a bunch of skills. Okay, cool. So that gives me... Ooh, Mantra of Lightning. That's not the most useful in Prophecies until... I mean, it becomes handy once we're fighting the Mersat, to be fair, so... Power Leak, eh? I do like a calculated risk. Then Poison Tip Signet's nice to get access to as well. Ooh, Cry of Frustration. I did not have Cry until now. Well, that's a marked improvement. Same with getting Energy Tap. Signet of Distraction. I don't care that much about Signet of Recall, but Signet of Distraction is useful. Foul Feast is a nice pickup. I don't really care about Energetic Uzisa. This is alright, but the drop effect basically refunds it, and yeah, you need a pretty strong investment in spawning power to make this appealing, if you ask me. Glowing Ice is good to see, potentially, anyway. Okay, let's just go ahead and drop our standard sort and make sure to save the league. Okay. Make my way back over here. Artificer Molyneux will have a bunch of quests for us now. Well, maybe a bunch is a bit strong, but he has some quests for us now.
Welcome, friend.
Char Invaders.
Welcome, friend.
Manoe Norno. I'll grab that. I'm not doing that one right away. I just want to get myself up to Gunner's Soul. Do a little bit of Dwarven Boxing to get some skills there. I want to swap Critical Strikes in there. And then go back down to the Crystal Desert. That's my current plan of action. But I want to get, like, hey, Jorah.
Hail, Lowlander.
like Brawling Headbutt, for example, is really good.
Who goes there? Who sent you?
So I want to be able to get access to that. So we'll be a little piecemeal here. As the prophecies, like, extended, right? Works better if I don't try to do 2 lead attacks after each other. Or 2 offhands, rather. Yeah, Sasuke's doing his best, but, like, it's a lot of conditions. That's part of why. Like, I don't have men, body, and soul, so I'm a little... I don't think. I'm a little restricted on that front. This will be a bit more of a normal experience going up here. Normally, people will grab those quests, but if you don't, you miss out on a bunch of Nornbear encounters if you go this way without grabbing everything. Really appreciated that fully. But if you go through a bunch of these areas without grabbing that quest from Jorah, which generally you're going to, but if you don't, then yeah, there's a bunch of Nornbear ambushes that you just don't experience.
Never anger annoyed. Why are you here?
Yeah, okay, I'm not here to kill things. You're right. I'm here to travel. That is why I'm here, Sir Norn. Norhart Domains.
Are you hunting something? Never anger annoyed.
So yeah, the Nornbear, because we have that quest, is going to attack us right here. And if you don't grab that quest from Jorah, it won't spawn. Which can be a bit weird. Its spirit senses are tingling. I need to remember of antidote signal. I didn't need to stand around with all the junk on me from Mandragore. Whoops. There's going to be a bunch of char coming down that way, too. Yeah, there they are. Let's go give them the... what's for. I'll talk to Ugar later. That's not my meteor shower. A bunch of these guys are level 8, so these groups look a little bit more threatening than they really are. Yeah. And those level 8 ones tend to die pretty quickly. Don't give you very much, though. Just to be expected. Now, what gonna focus on the level 20s. I don't have a ton of AoE on this particular build, so better off focusing a little bit more, unlike our level 20 friend here. Yeah, because the level 8s are just going to get swept away by Sasuke and Serenia. Yeah, that's level 20. Okay. I should have those cleaned up. Where is it? Char Invaders. Oh. Looks like there's a little bit more to this Char Expeditionary Force. Has this guy even been to Ascalon? No. We'll do that at some point. We'll make our journey to Ascalon, but not an immediate. I see. So we need to take out this last group of like actual threats. Let's not be here. Well, glad for the protection, my friends. Look, if you're blocking me, I have an unblockable combo. They use Aegis, so and also ward against melee, as you can see. And this Char Seeker. There we go. That wraps that up. Okay, now I need to go seek out Gunner Pound Fist. I'm not going to do much beyond that. Because I want to get back to the Crystal Desert.
Are you hunting something? Never.
Eh. All those Char only counted as 19 kills because most of them were too leveled to qualify. I think you might have to get experience from the enemy for them to count, something like that. Not quite sure. Exact setup. Okay, Kodan here is who I'm going to need to... I'm going to grab...
What news of the war?
An Empty Hero's Handbook. I'm just going to want that, so... Might as well. I will go do stuff with that guy in a moment. I'm going to leave my party. Because... boxing is a solo endeavor. Boy, this stuff is not going to be worth much.
Never anger a Norn.
Now we have the long walk back to the other side of Gunner's Hold to do, which is alright. Okay, time for some Dwarven boxing. And then we'll carry on back in Prophecies. These are particularly nice on Assassin because there's a bunch of...
What news of the war?
a bunch of adrenaline skills that you can then be making use of because you have extra adrenaline because of being an assassin. Next. These guys feel downright like nothing after having to do that Frontress Iron Toast lair in hard mode. It's like they're super unaggressive and aren't doing much damage. Now, this is where you start. I mean, you don't know what the skills do yet when you first come here, so. Also, I'm missing a skill or two. I don't have the headbutt yet, and I also don't have the dual hit and move. Hey, skill point off of that guy. That's nice. Adrenaline is so weird in boxing. I'm not quite sure how it all works. There we go. They didn't knock me down once. Excellent. I wish we had some way of getting weapon mods more easily. That'd be nice. Okay, Gilroy Stonekin. I would like...
You need me.
There's Brawling Headbutt. This is really, really nice on Assassin. Nicer when you have it... have your dwarf up a bit higher and it does more damage, but a knockdown touch skill on 7 Adrenaline is really, really, really nice.
You seek the dwarves.
I just want to kind of go through the main chain here. Yep, I have it equipped. Holy frozen beards! That's Kilroy Stonekin. Very similar to this, except made for general purpose. Causes 3-second knockdown. Guys have 80 HP. Worth good experience too. Farming this for oh, that guy's going down early. I've farmed this in the past for experience for Survivor. It's a slow and tedious process. But fairly safe. I remember getting just enough gold to like buy some scrolls. Now we have the shard wolves. Stone wolves, excuse me. Shard wolves are in the Fissure of Woe. Whoops. Good old Fissure of Woe. These guys are weirdly tanky. There we go. Need to reorient myself there. Yeah, there it goes. I knew this was coming. Stand up. I'm getting a little bit ganged up on. Kilroy went down a bit quickly. We need to prioritize the dwarves because the dwarves go down faster. The fact that power attack is super spammable is an important part of the balance of this. That's for sure. Okay. It was in Primal Rage, so it's taking extra damage. Sure, will get back up, thankfully. Good spot to get a couple of chests, too, while you're at things. Always nice to interrupt one of their skills. I think I am getting a little bit of additional damage just because I am a bunch of dagger mastery. Broadhead arrow dazes you, which prevents you from using the lock move. Give me my crescent blades. Man, I wish I could just bring Kilroy Stonekin with me everywhere. You know what? Why isn't there a Kilroy Stonekin summoning stone? I don't know what it would require. It'd probably be overpowered. I'm occasionally getting 3 energy off of killing things. I learned recently that you can just run past those Stone Summit carvers if you want to. They do not make an airtight seal. But more chance for loot if I go this way. Not that it's good loot, but never mind that. Man, that combat music is being dramatic. I have mixed feelings about the combat music. It's nice for increasing sort of the dramatic effect of things. Better to take out some of his lackeys, I think. Maybe? One of the things that's getting me is Lieutenant Magre uses Dwarven Battle Stance that gives you an interrupt on attack skill. So he's getting some easy interrupts off on me. And he sways while that's going, anyway. And then he's a boss, so he gets additional damage as well, which is not great for me. There we go. Kinda want my health to regen here. Good moment to rehydrate. Stay hydrated? Probably stay hydrated. Kilroy Stonekin, you son of a yak slapper. I don't know how you made it this far, but I'm happy to be the one to bury you. Let's just get in here and take this enslaved Etten down, shall we? It's probably a good idea to not try to brawling headbutt that guy because he can't be knocked down anyway. The Etten, I mean. Obviously, Fronris Iron Toe can be knocked down. On account of him being knocked down. I don't need these brass knuckles. They'll just give me a fresh set. 500 dwarf reputation points for doing that. That's nice. Okay, let's just go back to Gunner's Hold. I need to drop some stuff off at my bank while I'm at it. Yeah. I can go get wins as well if I want to. Let's see. Where do I have an empty Shunai slot? This character's not going for drunkard title, so I want to drop this off in my bank so I can give it to someone who is. Expect a lot of these things to salvage to wood, so boy, those are some bad dirks. 7%, on the other hand, furious. I might hang on to until I can get something better. So I'll put those on Farners or on Thunderfist's brass knuckles. Somebody suggested making those furious as being a good idea, and that made sense to me. So I'll just hang on to the mediocre mod because it's better than nothing. Seems like good logic to me. I do need a new identification kit.
Who sent you?
Okay, I need to sell some of this junk off first. Yeah, okay. Spear went up to 75. Yeah, both of those gained more value than the identification kit cost, or those uses cost. Is usually my experience with ID kits. That's worth it to identify whites because they do go up in enough value to be worth more as a result. This will get me both ear bite and low blow, so and an armor of salvation that I don't really care that much about. There's the free brass knuckles that it always gives you at the start of these things. Oh yeah? Taunt to you too. And now we have access to the Brawling Combo Punch. This guy, instead of being able to stand back up, just gets a really powerful attack. So he'll probably knock me down a couple of times. That's pretty standard for this fight, quite frankly. Brawling Uppercut is unblockable, by the by. Took a moment there to mark me as... Ooh, good. Whenever you can interrupt Thunderfist's signature attack, his Falcon Punch, as it were, that's always a good time. You know, I really like that they introduced an additional boxing side quest in Winds of Change with Courier Falcon. This guy's really good about spamming, brawling, block, and decreasing my damage. Ooh, stop rolling. But there's my own brawling one. There we go. There's a knockdown. Well, okay. And of course, the strategy of both clicking on the button and pushing the hotkey for it is pretty strong. I think you could bind potentially 2 keys to that in order to get an increased rate. If I remember correctly. If you really wanted it. There we go. Get me a couple more skills, and don't know how much I want to actually use them just yet because I don't have enough dwarf reputation to make them worth it, but
You seek the dwarves? There is much
He also
to do.
has Kilroy's Punch-Out Tournament. This is just a repeatable quest. Kind of difficult too, depending upon factors, but let's get this Furious Tang. I usually don't see Furious Tang, so I kind of figured take it when you see it. Even if it is weak, I always say. Okay, that's enough stuff up here. Let's go back down to Thirsty River. Go do that. The Monk and Mesmer are still here, I notice. Okay, so let's see. I had Parias and Dunkoro? Yeah. And Serenia, General Morgan, and Norgu. I think it's fine to stick with this team. Now I have some more options of stuff to work with for my own team comp, so I will be... Where's the merchant? There they are. Kinsley. So I can do something a little bit more interesting, which is what I'm going to do. I want to be careful about something. Well, I definitely want to make sure I have this antidote signal on my bar, because they do like they're blind here. Okay, let's clean this up. Where's that trampling ox? There it is. Earth Blossom. Brawling Headbutt. I'm gonna actually build this one backwards. Brawling Lotus. There. This seems like a fairly disruptive combo, so I don't know if building that backwards or not makes sense, but here we are. And it's Marksman's Wagers, the skill, so I don't really need that. You know what? Let's bring Lift Enchantment. Why not? Target touched foes knocked down, they lose an enchantment. That seems pretty reasonable. Alright, let's do some Crystal Desert, shall we? Enough of an interlude, grabbing some stuff up in the old Eye of the North. I need to come back on this mission on my Dervish and go cartography over in some of these side areas. Maybe we'll do that a little bit later. I don't know. What I'm seeing is I have more of a combo than I strictly speaking need. What actually would be... Oh, well, okay, never mind. That failed because the enemy stood back up at the same time I did. Would actually be kind of a good idea here, now that I think about it, with the sort of bar that I'm running, would be to have another character with some knockdown skills. Wow, that's rough. Yeah, enough enchantment removal. That Serenia is having some issues with energy. That makes sense. Norgu should be fine with that. Google E-Drain out. I missed my lift. Meant other skills. Oh well. I got D-shotted, which is kind of meh. Whatever, I can just... Okay, that works too. I always forget that Thirsty has such a long lead up to its actual... Ow. Start. Because, like, when I think of Thirsty River, I think of the arena fights, right? But it actually has quite a long lead up going up to it. So it's, shall we say, interesting that way. Also, my bar's bad against these sand giants because they can't be knocked down. Don't know how much I'm going to want to throw out lift enchantments, but it's there if I want it. There is some Aegis that can happen, so I may find I do want it. Yeah. I've done Heroes Ascent. This whole thing is teaching you how to do stuff in Heroes Ascent. It was Tomb of the Primeval Kings back in the time. But this is about... There's a bunch of them where you need to go and kill the enemy priests. And they resurrect every 2 minutes, etc. Then there's... all of the mini... Like... Oh, there's a... I don't know. They don't have a capture points. That's what they're missing. There's, or control points. They don't have a control points one. But there's Claiming Altar with the Ghostly Hero for fun and profit. There is... You can see what I've kind of got going for a back and forth chain there. This enemy priest is my highest priority target at the moment. There we go. So there's Capture Altar, which is Dunes of Despair. There's, like, Kill Enemy Priest, which is this one, obviously. And then the last one is Running Relics, which is what the Ilona Reach one is kind of like. So they're covering a couple of the bases. Like I said, there's also Control Points, which is not covered, but by the way these things work. But anyway, I'd really like one of those Eternal Swords in theory, but I have no idea who I'd give it to in actual practice. But they're pretty neat. Quickly through the store, etc. Wait for these guys to kind of filter out a little bit. Give me some earthquakes here. The Arcanists like to use that. Exhibit A. The Arcanists using that. Yeah, like an Earth Alley would be good here. Which is usually what I set Zed up to do. Okay, enemy priest first. That's my higher priority target here. Yeah, I can't. If I lift enchantment, I don't have time for the other stuff. We actually killed that team very, very quickly. So I need to... I like to wait here for the timer, because what ends up happening is they'll resurrect inside that area, and if you let that happen, then that area where the enemy priest is will get really cluttered with enemies. So I prefer to wait for the timer to get much closer to running out. I do have a couple of missions here I need to finish in Nightfall on this guy in order to turn that book in. I'll worry about that some other time, though. Okay, that's usually about with 5 seconds left I like to run in. These rangers love throw dirt, so Antidote Signet is very handy. Okay, it's gonna be... Okay, this enchanted sword is determined to be in my way, so... There we go. You know, some of these knockdown skills would be abjectly terrifying on a warrior with the increased knockdown duration. Lift enchantment's actually pretty good for hammer warriors now that I think about it too. Not like ideal, but pretty good. Works well with shock also. But I don't think shock assassins are as much of a thing as shock warriors are, because warriors can get away with having too much exhaustion. Overcast. I don't know, to me it's exhaustion, because that's what it was through, like, a long time. I know technically it's probably been overcast longer than it's been exhaustion. 8 years versus, like, 7. But for the bonus, just come this way. Because then you'll get to the guys that you need to. Because these Forgotten Curse Bearers just need to go down. They will attack King Kamar otherwise, so if you take them down though, then King Kamar will be safe. And you can just go through everything else pretty casually. I do like the fact that we have a 2-second like cooldown dual attack, because it's really handy. I just wish it had been a different, less the best at literally everything dual attack. Death Blossom, from a game design standpoint, really aggravates me. Again, what I'm doing right now is I'm waiting for the timer to get lower so I don't have to face some resurrected dudes at the same time as I'm fighting other things. King Kamar doesn't like... Yeah, you do have to kill stuff within a certain timely fashion, but it gives you enough time. I'm really surprised these guys are able to be poisoned. I would have not expected them to be. When rangers are chasing you, you know it's to throw dirt in your face. There we go. The boss is not the primary threat here. Prophecy's bosses don't get any more damage, unlike every other... all the other bosses. Okay. You will, King Kamar. But again, I'm gonna wait for the priest to trigger before I go and fight again, because I don't need dudes respawning on me in the middle of things. That's also the Word of Healing boss, so I really want to make sure heroes are prioritizing the priest safely in there. King Kamar, again, gives you enough time here for this, so it's not the biggest pressure. Just making sure you're going after the guys that kill him. If you don't is the main thing. Of importance there. There we go. That's most of that group taken care of. Whatever. You can just Death Blossom there. Like, this bar has two dual attacks, so you can get around one of them. See, that one was immune to poison on account of having no flash. So I don't know why some of them have been having flash. I'm very confused about that. There we go. And we got both parts. Hooray! Dump some back in Augury Rock, of course. I don't really feel like I need Lift Enchantment. It's awkward to actually make use of that. I'm just going to put something else there that's interesting. I do like having Antidote Signet. Maybe I should just put Dash in there. That seems reasonable. Dunes. I guess I might as well do Dunes. It doesn't really matter. I can do these things in any order, so it might as well be this one. Wait. Yeah, I'm probably fine. SR and Scan would be good. Other PvE only skills could be good in that spot. But yeah, this is the altar ones where he has to like claim it and then you have to hold it for a while. And this one tends to be really bland. There's a few strong waves. The bonus here is a little bit tricksy, but these guys and their shield stance. There we go. Clear that mess out. This gets up to 70 damage when you have maxed it. Agile stance lasts a while. Real long while. I mean, thankfully, most of my damage is not on attacking. But yeah, Price's bar is weird in that regard. Yeah. If it ain't Shield Stance, it's riposte. There is a place you can go way over to the side where you can get a slow totem. I don't find it useful, but it's a thing you can technically do. Do I mention it, I guess? Gonna get to Dragon's Lair. Ghostly Hero has to do a bunch of claim resource here to open these as well. It's what he uses to claim the altar. I'm somewhat hampered in my fight against these guys, in that worms can't be knocked down. It'd be better fighting them with a Mobius Death Blossom chain. You don't actually have to like open that door. You can go around, but you do need to open that one. So a little bit of a moot point, I suppose. There we go. Take care of that throw dirt. I think I missed a Death Blossom in there, but that's okay. The boss is the trigger to advance to this next phase. I remember people back in the day making a big deal about needing to kill these enchanted bows, but you can just kind of stand here in a spot here where they don't aggro, and it gets close enough for the Ghostly Hero to activate. There we go. Sometimes the Ghostly Hero will bug out and won't open the door, but now the Rangers will aggro and be annoying, but I need to clear some conditions. Some defensive stance going on. Let's just get all y'all's attention. It'll be a little faster that way. Oh man, some of them good triggers. Ooh, Spirit of Destruction going off. Okay, it just leaves the enemy Ghostly Hero. We know it's the enemy Ghostly Hero because it's called the enemy Ghostly Hero. This is one of those things where if I kind of knew my mapping better in terms of like how mobs come to attack this guy, because there's a couple of waves of mobs that'll attack, but like kind of in between those, maybe it's like the last 5 minutes you should be okay. I should actually, you know what? Wiki Dunes of Despair. Okay, I'm going to look at this in a moment, but I need to fight these guys first. I don't actually care that much about kinetic armor. As an assassin. because a lot of my damage is armor ignoring. It just doesn't actually do that much. Ooh, a forgotten seal. Couple more forgotten arcanists over there. There are some siege worms that pop up, but for the most part, they actually don't attack the ghostly hero directly. So they're a little bit more on the intimidating side than the threat side. Yeah, like that. Well, I guess we can go take care of it. Focus first on the mission. Wait until the forgotten boss attacks from the west gate. Should have nearly 5 minutes in which to complete the bonus. Okay. Frankly, I can probably use Shido's daggers a lot here. But let's swap to them. I don't think I need energy as much. I'm getting a lot of extra energy. So like there are definitely some groups here that you want to like make sure you're taking care of, but I did not really need to dash to pick up those coins. Whoops. We'll go pick up these coins, though. It encouraged being a little bit aggressive here. I wish I could get an Ebon Vanguard Assassin tonic. Okay, there's Custodian. Or the Custodian there. I'll just get more damage with the vampiric daggers, so that's part of why I went with them. Endure health, you say? Unfortunately, I'm somewhat limited by recharges. There we go. Antidote Sickness, so nice. Let's see. I'm just going to take a quick scan. I don't see anything over there, so we're probably good. Just run up the middle. Yeah, this siege worm's not really a big problem, though. I mean, it's there, but it's not really a big problem. Getting all of the cartography here is a gigantic pain in the rear end. Apropos of nothing in particular. Just like... Let's see... I guess, I Okay, we're just gonna go this way first. Doesn't really matter. The method that you used to be able to do, that you can't anymore, was to get some of those jade scarabs to pop up, and then kill one, and then teleport your way over. If this works the way that I think it does, I don't think the Ghostly Hero's any more threat. There's a ton of map out here to explore for cartography as well, which is pretty crazy. There we go. That's the bonus taken care of. Forgotten illusionists. Looks like they might be running off to do something. We've gotten more glory by taking them out. Okay, enemies are drawing near. I mean, I've still gotten the bonus, so even if the ghostly hero dies, it's not the end of the world, but I mean, I just have to do it again, which is obviously undesirable. Fun fact, the ghostly hero is taking less damage now because of the... that's just not being how the thing works. It looks like most of my heroes have died off. Well, the good news is I've gotten the bonus. The bad news is that I failed the mission, which means I have to come back here to do it again. Which sucks, but whatever. That's life. Okay, come on, you. Yeah, how do they even... Because the thing is, they made it so that way the one thing doesn't work. Notes. Yeah, there's a large amount of desert to uncover. The cartographer title beyond and around the fort. Large area amounts to approximately 0.7% of Tyria. To access it, all players must run across at least one invisible bridge, nevertheless geographically to the south, into the southwest fortress. Okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to... I'm curious about that. I may look into that more details later. Incidental blocks like Riposte are way more devastating to assassins than other characters just because of the attack chain system that they have. I really like that variety and how things play out, though. I think that's really cool. I feel like I'm kind of just better off just auto-attacking these guys. This is why there's a specific chain of Iron Palm, Fox Fangs, Ninetail Strike, which Ninetails, of course, are reference to Kitsune, which are foxes. So it's still got the fox theme going on. That's unblockable, that the Ebon Vanguard Assassin support assassin does. Ooh. Yes, please cancel your shield stance with sprint. But things like Riposte and Shield Bash are just particularly good against assassins. And like I said, I like that sort of design where it's like, okay, it can be... You can time them well against a warrior, but so much of assassin's damage is locked behind chains, and you can disrupt those really heavily. It makes the professions feel different. It makes weapons feel different, and I think that's really good. Things like that introduce mechanical differences that make things feel different are just, they're important to this sort of game working well. Yeah, you can see the bridge over there. Okay, we'll do this the boring way, where I just chill with the ghostly hero. But hey, I got the bonus, and that's kind of what mattered there to me. Enchanted bows coming in for the throw dirt. Yeah, I waited too long. Palm Strike's cripple only lasts a few seconds, so the amount of time that I had to wait for Antidote Signet to clear things up kind of made that not work anymore, which is fine. Is that a load-bearing boss? Do the other enemies just kind of die when you kill it? That's interesting. You can see the usurper there upon his throne. He's not happy about it. Yeah, what you would do is you'd come in here and then you'd leave the ghostly hero outside and not kill the enemy ghostly hero off. And then you would just kinda no, I'm still blinded. Or became blinded? I'm not quite sure which is the correct structure there. But you'd leave him there, you'd leave the enemy ghostly hero so he'd never do the thing. And then you could go activate a scarab and shadows or consume corpse to it. But they made Consume Corpse and Necrotic Traversal? There's another one that's very similar. They made those shadow steps instead of teleports like they originally were. So in order to fix something with Domain of Anguish, I think. So that no longer works to get over there. It sounds like there's some new methods people have developed, though, which is good, because otherwise cartography is a real bear, because there is way too freaking much map over there. Yeah, see, sometimes these guys are flesh and sometimes they're not, and I have no idea why. It's very perplexing to me. Or maybe more mysterious would be the correct phrase. Regardless, I don't understand why that's the case. Okay. Now, we just need to fight off dudes as they come at us. And I'm going to salvage some warhammers. And now I'm out of a salvage kit, so I need to get a new one. Do that when we're finished with this. Just get a normal salvage kit. Just need normal crafting materials. My adrenaline ran out just before I used skill on him. That's kind of annoying, but oh well, it happens. Sure. That works. He warns you if they're under attack, so. One thing that I do like about Prophecy's bonuses is that they do not have to be done at the same time as the main quest. Like, you don't have, like, it's not a Master's Reward thing. Which can sometimes make life a little bit easier if you just need the bonus. Thank you for the Forgotten Seal. That was the sound of me remembering I'm going to have to do Thunderhead Keep sooner or later here. And Thunderhead Keep is so boring. I might do more stuff in Eye of the North to get anti-knockdown skills. That might be a good idea. I'll have to consider that. Before doing too much in the Shiverpeaks, I don't know. It's just being able to avoid getting knocked down is really, really handy. These guys are going to be a problem one way or the other. Oh, here comes the throw dirt. Throw dirt uses like the animation like what I just did there. It's just like the, I don't know, touch skill animation or something. Not really sure how to classify it. Anyway. It makes no sense to me. Why are some of these guys... Ooh, Monstrous Fang. That's cool. Why are some of these guys fleshy and sometimes they're not? I have no idea why. It's inconsistent, and it doesn't make any sense. Fleshy enemies can be poisoned and bled and diseased and made minions out of. Non-fleshy enemies cannot have those things happen to them. That's the distinction between them, for those who are not familiar with them. But, like, normally the Enchanted are not fleshy, but sometimes they are. I had no idea why. So we got Necromancer out here this time. Ooh. Golden Ram's Hammer. It is probably terrible, but maybe it's not. Well, 18 to 35 is max hammer range. Non-max Vampiric. Max Dance with Death. But of course it's an inbuilt, so it doesn't really matter much. The fact that it's a 4 and not a 5 on the Vampiric is a little bit sad. I don't mind Hammer Mastery. I've warmed up to Mastery a bit as of late. I don't really need this hammer, though. I'm gonna go kill this swarm because it's gonna be annoying otherwise. The heck did you climb out of? Appeared in the middle of the bridge. Very strange. Very strange indeed. Okay, now let's just go back and babysit the Ghostly Hero some more. Yeah, you see how those Jade Scarabs pop up? You could pop one of them up, and then that person would have Rebirth, and then you'd have your other side slowly degen out with Vampiric weapons and the whole thing. It's a whole thing. I am glad that we are not... I don't know. Like, I'm glad that it worked, but it made the bonus easier to do. Let me guess. Yep, warrior emotes. That's kind of what I was anticipating. I'd love to be able to do some salvaging here, but Kind of hard when my salvage kit ran out on me. 5 forgotten seals. Nice. Another worm. Well, I guess we should go clear that out, eh? Again, these siege worms don't really attack unless you get close enough. Which they have an absolutely enormous range, don't get me wrong, but it's still not quite the full, like, where the ghostly hero is. Capacity. Alrighty then. Excuse me. I've been bad about getting bedtime happening properly lately, so I might be a little yawny today. Oh, you know what I think part of it is I think killing those additional generals sends additional troops to attack the ghostly hero. I think that's part of what's going on here. Why I'm not seeing anything yet. There might be a few towards the end, but I think we were getting attacked at this point already, so. I'm just kind of waiting for this. You know what? Let's just run ad break while this ends. It's not like anything interesting is happening, and it should help with save lane pre-rolls. I mean, if I could just turn off pre-rolls indefinitely, I would. I don't really... They aren't a particular benefit. In my opinion, they just make the viewing experience worse. Again, just waiting for the timer. Then we gotta go do a Lone Reach, which will be greatly aided by having incoming and fall back. Maybe I should replace Hex Eater Signet on Norgu with some condition removal. Might not be a bad idea. The attributes are maybe a little not happy about that idea. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay, let's go to Ilona Reach. In my chest first. Okay, I need a salvage kit, please, Victor. Thank you. Again, a lot of wands have a surprising number of iron ingots in them, in my experience. Yeah, okay. Again, I don't need this hammer. That's one of the skins that I do like, but you can also craft it. Or get it. Is it craft or collect? Maybe both. And it's like just a couple of non-max mods. Real pity. All right. What was this? I have this around because it's a plus 29. I don't think I need that particularly, though. I should probably get rid of it, too. I have to carry a lot of rocks around here, which I'm not thrilled by, but that's just how it goes. Having move speed buffs is really nice here. I'm gonna use my tonic, because I feel like it. Can these guys get knocked down? Yes, they can. Excellent. Sometimes these things this size might not be able to be, so... I want to pop that. Minotaurs are really annoying to fight as an assassin. I mean, the wary stance doesn't last long. It lasts like 4 seconds maybe, but you're still just like stuck there kind of twiddling your thumbs waiting for it to end. Which is not great. I think if you talk to their bones, they all have lore on them too. The bonus is just to activate all of those priests, so might as well. I do like having water elementalist snares around. They're very useful. These Minotaurs are fun to farm. Although in hard mode they get healing signet, which is a little disappointing. As one might imagine. Lets them run off and heal themselves. Wary Stance is a really interesting skill, though. It gives you a 100% chance to block attack skills, but has no block against regular attacks. Makes it particularly effective against assassins, or anyone with quick recharge skills. It only lasts a few seconds, though, but it gives you 5 energy for each time it blocks, which can be nice. It is 10 energy to use, though, which is kind of a lot. Don't know how good it is. Kind of like it on, like, maybe Elementalist, possibly. Here's where I left the Vision Crystal. There's no particular reason to come this way, but these Dune Burrowers will attack you from above if you don't, so... I like to just come this way to deal with them. The priest can actually hold his own. He's a fairly powerful elementalist. Yeah. If you look, the Ritual Priest versus the Dune Burrower. Dune Burrower is going to start getting chunked down a bit. Again, it doesn't really matter. I don't need the priests to survive or anything. I'm looking forward to getting through here, though. Getting the... the 8-man areas. There, that's the thought. I should go capture some elite skills. Spend some time doing that on this guy. More elites I could be making use of. I should even probably pick up Scavenger's Focus. It's one of those skills that's like... I don't like it. Man, that's such a generous window. I don't like it just because it's... okay, where's this friggin' Sage? It's one of those skills that's calibrated to like be really strong when it's on, but have 50% uptime. So it kind of feels like, okay, how am I actually conducting myself? Sometimes, if you just kill the monks, everything else falls in line. By which I mean also dies. You can try to intentionally use those. It's not always real that easy to do, though. Unfortunately, my entire backline got hit by it, and I don't have any condition removal. But I will take advantage of that and pop a few more of these. The cripple lasts less long than the lead for some reason. Word of Healing, not effective, or not quick enough there. Word of Healing is a decent skill, though. We do need to bring one of the vision crystals over to that to awaken that guy. Oh. Well, whatever, it's about worn off. Yeah. See, also not fleshy. I have no idea why sometime, like in that one mission, they're fleshy. It makes no sense to me. I find it very perplexing. So if you interact with those, you pull out the splinter mine, but it still has been like triggered to go off, so you can't like interrupt that. Oh, weird. Ah, yes. Nothing like using antidote signet to remove a condition just as it removes itself. Okay, let's just continue around this way. I have a particular path that I like to go through this mission. Don't know if it's 100% optimal, but it's a path that I like. So I use it. Ooh, interrupted. Throw dirt. Now that's a good deal. By which I mean throw dirt's real annoying to get hit by, but not too bad, because, I mean, let's be real, I have antidote signet. All these Arcanist wrappings are going to be good for my cloth supply, which is going to help my elementalist with getting armor. Each time you collect a vision crystal, it does spawn a few more enemies, but it's not a huge deal. Just more of these small groups. Okay, just a couple forgotten crisp arrows over here, for example. Fallback and incoming really make vampiric weapons a lot less painful. Just while traveling. There we go. Activate that ritual priest. You can activate the two that are out here with the same, or if you really wanted to, you could activate all of them with the same one. But that would require ignoring the first one and then going back with a vision crystal that you got here to activate the first guy, which it sounds like an awful lot of effort. But you can, yeah, you just need to bring a vision crystal to them. You don't have to bring like a different one or anything. But I am going to bring a different one for each one because I think it's a little bit more efficient. And yeah, this is similar to relic running, where you have to bring a relic from the enemy base to the ghostly hero in like a mission. There might have been more. I think that they did streamline Hall's path a little bit at one point in time, just as population decreased. But that'd be interesting to look into, actually. I never go back out there, so there's no reason to worry about any of that. Because I go over here to get to the priest's bones and then head back out. It's interesting, actually, though, having done some actual amount of Hall of Heroes. Getting to kind of see, oh, okay, that's the things that, you know, this is, here comes the boss messing with me too. Yeah, it's bossy, and this boss is randomly fleshy for no obvious reason. Nothing like having some mesmers around to interrupt some of that nonsense, eh? Definitely sacrifice a little bit for this change. But it feels so good. Have all this disruption from all these knockdowns. I can give this guy a splinter mine. Yeah, there it goes off. Drops some ripple and bleed on everything. It's the ways that you can extend the dagger chain beyond the base like set that I think is really cool. And it's something that I really, really like. Because obviously you have lead, offhand, dual attack. But there's lots of things that you can do to extend it beyond that set. And that to me is where it gets really interesting. I actually think these guys are slightly more of an issue. They have AoE knockdown and bit better damage. Just because they're high level enemy elementalists. Nothing we can handle, but still I prefer to take them down. There we go. And this guy. Yeah, see, and so I never use that bridge anymore. That bridge can be a real death trap too. If you're trying to go into the area by going across it, see, there's the bonus. You're likely to get yourself killed. Or I've definitely had that happen because there's no room to maneuver on that bridge, so you can just find yourself suddenly very surrounded by Forgotten and with these traps that are crippling and bleeding you, and it's just a poor situation all around. Sometimes these ritual priests make it here. Again, it doesn't matter if they don't. Alright, let's give this ghostly hero my rock. He completes vision thingy. And now I'm ready to go fight the doppelganger. I think probably not the best chain to bring in, isn't it? What I can do, that might not be a bad idea though, is the doppelganger won't be able to use Brawling Headbutt. So what I think I'll do, obviously I'm going to be alone here. I don't really need dash. Falling Spider and then Twisting Fangs is a lot of damage. And then, well, I don't really need Enraged Lunge, do I? Ferocious Strike's not a bad idea, though. That'll get this going a little bit more quickly. And then I can just slap on Comfort Animal, and I guess Run is 1. Is not bad. Bring Critical Eye. I don't think I need to. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. I can bring Shadow Sanctuary as a, if I need it, but I kind of don't expect to. There. All right. Let's just go in there then, I guess. And fight ourselves a doppelganger. That's a real good here. There we go. That went about as smoothly as I was expecting it to. I'm going to let this cutscene play out because I think it's going to be fun. With my bird here with me and as Shido.
Reach out and take hold of your destiny. Your ascendance is now complete.
All right, Dragon's Lair, and this is certainly not a bar. Question that I need to ask myself right now. It's a bit of an important question. Is, do I want to do this right away, or do I want to go get some more PvE only skills first? I do want to bring a Signet of Capture. I want to remember to do that. Maybe I spec a little bit in Wilderness Survival. Okay, well, let's start by just grabbing some heroes. Dunkoro and Talcora can come along. I think Parias is doing fine. General Morgan. Yeah, something like this should be fine. Give me my listo bars. Oh yeah, I should probably stop over in the Tomb of Primeval Kings. I've been wanting to do TOPK again. I'm not going to do it today, but I have been wanting to do it again. There. Get it on my map. I remember when this was a big old red symbol. I don't think I have any of those on this map. But, because there's still a few of those arenas around, but they are like Ascalon, like an Ascalon city and whatnot. So I think I'm going to do this split here. I want slightly more critical strikes because it helps fuel stuff. Poison tip signet is an interesting idea to bring, but I just don't think I'm going to want to. I grab natural strike. I kind of like apply poison, but at the same time, it's also a lot of things I think won't be able to be poisoned here. I don't know. This area is so wonky. Who knows how anything works? Okay, natural stride is nice. I kind of like the idea of Fox's Promise. This would prevent me from getting blocked, but there's going to be a lot of nonsense. Let's just do Mobius Strike. Death Blossom. It's a very straightforward, simple chain, but I don't know, it's fine. It'll do what I need it to do. Okay, let's, oh, or if I want to go for the bonus. Hang on, if I want to do the bonus, I should do a different chain. Let's just go ahead and do a different chain. Let's do this chain. That way, when I inevitably get monk enchantments on me, my attacks can become unblockable. Yeah, I like that plan. I like that plan. The bonus does like inspired hex, but we have a bunch of hex removal already, so I'm not gonna worry about it much. Gotta face the different facets, everyone. Gotta show them who's boss. It's us. We're the boss. Yeah, I didn't have a whole lot of conditional removal floating around, so that seemed like a good way of adding some more. And fire doesn't really need an elite, so double bonus. Sometimes nice to be able to just put some random utility elites like that on stuff. Don't know how important it'll be, but it's nice to be able to get the recharge on Mobius. I'm not looking forward to the zone of slow. That's the ranger one. The ranger zone snares is very annoying. Just makes you move a bit more slowly, but he wants to move a bit more slowly, not me. Okay, a few more Forgotten Sages to get through. Forgotten Hammers can use defensive stance. For not to get stuck up on that. Oh, and this will be good for getting through Gladiator's defense as well. Because the warrior aspect does that. There we go. And then this one makes you slow. Fortunately, we do have fallback and incoming that'll help a little bit. But only so much. Oh man, it's nice to have other characters with condition removal so I'm not on the hook to get rid of it all the time, but I've kind of trained myself to. No, I'm kind of... Yeah. Drops on either Sasuke or Telcora. Takes care of it. I guess he gets 5 energy back from that. Yeah. Energy storage room doesn't help there anyway. I don't know why minor energy storage is at 1.5k. It's very perplexing to me. I don't think of Elementalists as being all that popular in PvE, so... I don't know, it's a weird thing. That's the sort of thing that makes me wonder if, like, is Searing Flames become popular again somehow or something? Or what's, like, happening that's becoming a thing people are doing. Yeah, monks are being kept busy with all the dazed removal that they're having to do. Oh, dazed. Some more enchanted bows. Yeah, what percentage plays what profession, where the misuse leads. Yeah, that sort of stuff would be really interesting. I agree. I feel like that would be really important data for ArenaNet to have, just for balancing reasons as well. I feel like Sasuke's energy is not great. I'm not terribly surprised by that, but it is very true. It is not great. Ooh, blocked pin down. That's nice. Yeah. I would assume like that was something that Izzy was looking at one point. I'm here for this Melander's Resilience, everyone. Ooh, I can already select Dragon's Egg. We'll do that later. I accidentally fat-fingered and hit both at the same time. Oh well. I'm obviously not needing Melander's Resilience a whole lot at the moment, so... Not the worst fates. Oh, these Forgotten Illusionists are about to have a real bad day. You can get around there, but you have to kind of like go around. Well, seeing as they dropped me some gold coins, maybe we'll look into that, eh? Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Shatter Enchantment here, which is not really what I enjoy having happen. It's just these spiders. These spiders have Shatter Enchantment. Can't do anything about weapon spells, though. Looks like there's a path to where those guys are. You kind of go around that way or something, maybe. Also, these guys have Hexbreaker, which can be a problem. Yeah, the best that we've got is like speculating about runes. And like, why is this rune price going the way it is? Prodigies are so overpriced. It's like people assume expensive stuff must be really, really good. And it's like, I think Prodigies is all right, but I don't think it's that good. Not the prices that it's at right now. I'm about to get snared a lot. But we've got so many remove hexes, it's just going to be hard for them to stick. Landry's Resilience is one of those skills I think has some really useful applications, more so than I usually think of it as having anyway. But it's not a skill that I would just casually bring. Hey, make magic. Yeah, I have just so many remove hex copies. I like Diversion. Wow. Talcora probably needs a slightly different bar that has better energy management. There we go. It'd be a lot of work to set up something where it's like, these are the bosses that are available in this area. I have skills available that the bosses have. I guess that's kind of what Monster Draft is supposed to be a little bit, kind of, sort of. There's going to be a lot of poison here because everything gets permanent Death Nova'd. Also, I'm pretty sure Natural Stride is absolute trash here. Because we're constantly getting enchanted and it ends when you get enchanted. I imagine that works the way that I think it does anyway. So many corpses of Ascalonian soldiers around here. Oh, that's right. This area of fact gives -1 energy regen as well. I remember the auto poison. I just don't think about the energy. The energy thing. I don't mind having this condition on me because it gives me more energy. There we go. Neutral that out. Get some energy regen. Lander's Resilience gives you +1 energy regen and +4 health regen for each condition on hex you are suffering. So. Again, though, we have so much, like, hex removal. And then an RC, so those things are not sticking around much. Making Lander's Resilience a little bit underwhelming here, but that's okay. This is where you capture it, so capture it we did. Crystal Wave is a little underwhelming if you're not setting up a bunch of missions to remove. Just saying. Ow. That's a heck of an aftershock. Well, I got aftershocked by a couple dudes, so that's going to be part of it. Yeah, and these guys will always attack you, so there's not really any avoiding that happening. Again, can't touch this is very useful here. Because then these shocks wouldn't be going off. Can't touch this in general, it's just useful throughout the Crystal Desert. Stops all those throw dirts too. You saw how much that's liked by these rangers. And all the Jade Scarabs, Vile Touch and such also gets stopped. Alright, almost to the next section. Dragon's Lair is kind of a long mission, but it's made of all these mini missions. Where have I been here, actually? 15 minutes. Right, Spirit helps with stoning. Natural Stride it does not. Excuse me. Might pick up those points. I have double click to interact on, which allows me to select stuff without having to or automatically running up to it. I think I've mostly gotten used to it at this point too. For a while there I was definitely not. Okay, warrior zone. Or we're just going to randomly get knocked down all the time for no good reason. It's real pretty here, though. Reminder that crystal spiders are the shatter enchantment. Oh, there's a knockdown. It's a pretty lengthy knockdown, too. Oh, there goes your defensive stance. I don't really like defensive stance on hammer warrior. Hammers build up stuff a bit more slowly, because hammers have a slower attack speed than other warrior weapons. You can see as we're going around this middle part here, which I think is really neat. Actually, yeah, that's actually really cool. A detail I hadn't noticed until just now. All of the facets are kind of like at the closest point to the center of the dragon's lair, where Glint it hangs out. That's kind of neat. I hadn't realized that. This is a non-max hammer. It is 1 point off max. Ooh, perfect enchanting mod and perfect while enchanting, though. The enchanting mod is what's interesting to me, however. I'm going to hang on to that. I'm sure I will find a home for that. Alright, I don't know why that guy just spontaneously died, but I'll take it. I will take it. Yeah, because if you look here, the facet is right there. So you just kind of go around a circle. It's kind of a neat design, actually. I haven't really thought about it too hard, so I haven't really appreciated it until just now. Pretty sure you can ignore that group. Provides good opportunities to make sure I'm staying hydrated. I'm just gonna manually tell the monk to spirit me. I don't really care. I just need an enchantment to be able to get through. I just wanted to make sure I could get through Gladiator's defense. Really, what it kind of comes down to. Okay, Glint tells us what's going on. Offers us to leave. We have technically, I think, completed the mission at this point. It's weird. This is a bonus that you complete after the mission. Kind of peculiarity. You want to make sure Crystal Haze. Yeah, that's what you want to stop, is the skin there. I don't know that I have a way of stopping Crystal Hibernation. Crystal Hibernation is not good. It makes her very tanky. I forget exactly what it does. It's okay, like, if you lose to Glint, you still have won the mission, but... I'm actually going to switch to my Shiro's blades here. We may not actually have a way of stopping that. Yeah, it's a skill. I needed to swap out Cry of Frustration in for Norgu in order to really have a good way of stopping it. Like, it gives her 7 health regen, and whenever you take non-physical damage, you gain health instead. Okay. So I should probably disable the elementalists. I'm just going to turn them passive. So that way she can't gain. I don't know what Crystal Bonds does. Hey, Topaz Crest. There we go. When turning off the Elementalist is what you need to do to be able to win. Hooray. Yeah, that was interesting. Was like, okay, Elementalist, stop giving her health. Cool. We hit a new world region, actually, which means it's time. 'Cause I haven't hit the Shiverpeaks yet on this guy, right? Nope. Nowhere close. Let's go ahead and add a Prophecies skill pack. Prophecies General. 1, please. Anything stand out? Well, let's take a look. Gara Slash is fine. Rush can be useful. Ooh, Putrid Explosion. I was wanting those, so I'm glad to see that. Rigor Mortis can be handy. Aura of the Lich can be nice. Cool. Okay, now I'm remembering that I got Cry Frustration, so I want to actually go to Norgu and instead of Power Spike run Cry Frustration, because I'd rather have the effect there. Cool. Let's see. A bunch of ranger things that are available out here if I wanted them. Right. See, I don't really need Punishing Shot. I'm not that interested in 10 energy skills. Is what it kind of comes down to. Moebius. I don't really feel like I need that either. Do I want some Deadly Arts? It's interesting. You know what? Yeah, let's grab Shadowfang. It's interesting. I was thinking about going in Dark Prison maybe. Vampiric Assault would work really well with Shadow Form, but obviously they're in 2 different attribute lines, and by that point you're really trying to spread yourself a little thin. Okay, let's look at. I mean, I don't need to. Occasionally goes through, becomes stuck. Okay, this doesn't really matter. Access it. All player must run across at least one visible bridge into the southwest fortress. Maybe I'll look into that later. Okay, for now, I want Prophecies Elite skill list. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. That's not. That doesn't count. Yeah, I got Melander's Resilience. Frozen Forest. I don't really care about Melander's Arrows. Which is the main elite that you're going to find all over. Okay, Oathshot's also not good. Barrage, I think I already have, don't I? Yeah, because I was using it earlier. Right there. Practiced stance I do not need. It's an expertise elite. Escape, also not one I need. Punching shot I don't care about. Ferocious strike I already have. Poison arrow? I guess poison arrow's okay. That's something that I could pick up in one of these spots. Okay, it looks like poison arrow is the main one of any particular interest. Yeah, I don't really care about greater conflagration. Wow, there's not a whole lot of ranger elites that I'm really wanting out here. Maybe incendiary arrows is worth picking up, but okay, let's go grab poison arrow and port sledge, which is over this direction. Here's Glint's head. Apparently. Let's salvage it. What do we get? Hey, 7 scales. Cool. I want the granite from these encrusted lodestones because I have a bunch of stuff I need to do with granite. Okay, I don't really care about what the rest of these salvage into. A bunch of Grawl out here. Yeah, it's the water alley that really makes these guys approachable. Well, this is going to go real poorly in a few seconds. Bye! I'm leaving now. Yeah, I mean, this is what this does, right? It shadow steps you in, 10 seconds, expire, and then you shadow step out and leave you deep wound. And if you've put a bunch of degen on, then they'll probably die from it. Maybe. That's one of those spots where my elites may be a little underwhelming. Yeah, you can see that guy dies and I get popped back, and pretty reasonable skill. Pretty reasonable skill. Okay, there's Dim Dim. I don't really care about Dim Dim's stuff. I'm just kind of looking for bosses now. There's a couple of different areas where they spawn up here. Of course, it's Prophecy, so nothing's consistent whatsoever. Except for its inconsistency. That's pretty consistent. Okay, there's Pip-Pip. Pip-Pip's who I need. There we go. Get some of that energy back. There's a lot of Grawl out here. I think their necklaces also. Oh, lightning reflexes, huh? I don't got time for that nonsense. There we go. I don't know when exactly I'll use Poison Arrow, but I don't mind having it available. I can make some silly bars that use it. Particularly once I get the the anniversary short bow. And I can not worry about marksmanship for bow damage. Use critical strikes. It's not like you really need an elite slot for a standard assassin bar, so the bog standard chain doesn't really need one. Ended up right next to where I started, didn't I? Alright, stop harassing my backline, please. You can get Glimmering Mark off of that boss. There's Yapial over there, I believe, is the warrior with Victory is Mine. And also, everybody's favorite Unyielding Aura is also available out here. Not sure that's really the... It's time for Belly Smash. Your opening attack, but alright. I guess you could do that. I mean, you did do that, so... There we go. Man, so much Chillblade spam. This is a terrible area to be an Elementalist. Because there's so many of these Necros with Chillblades, and it's just... real ugly. I wonder if these guys would be a decent granite farm. Probably not. Probably some stone elementals somewhere are a better granite farm. Probably hard mode old Ascalon if I had to guess, actually. And I kind of want to try doing some silly stuff at some point here. There's Port Sledge, that's where I'm going. Port Sledge is one of those out-of-the-way outposts that they added instead of putting one in a useful place in Kryta. I mean, I don't mind. I like having Port Sledge here. I just... Kryta really feels like it should have, like, another 2 outposts in it at least. Like, at bare minimum, I think there should be another outpost right over here where this village is. At bare minimum. Also, the fact that these maps do not connect in any way, it's this big horseshoe, feels real weird to me. I don't know why TOA doesn't connect to Watchtower Coast also. I feel like it really ought to. But as it is, Kryta feels really segregated. Yeah, I would put an outpost right here. There are other places you could put them, but I think that's the one that's, like, feels the most like the first place I would think to put one. I love this song so much. I can drop off that hammer just yet. No. It's alright. I'll drop it off later. Mods were on this one. Okay, it's just a fortitude, but all enchanted. Let's see. What I actually kind of want to do is I think I want to go elite skill capping. But let's just do that. update my information. Let's... where should I start? This is a good question. Elite skills for factions. Let's just scan through this. I have Palm Strike. I have Shadow Form. Don't care about Broadhead Arrow. Assassin's Promise, I was using earlier. Shroud of Silence. Is Shroud of Silence even any good? Nope. Okay, I'm not going to get that one then. Shadow Theft and more Shroud of Silence. No, I don't need those. Famine, I don't really care about. Flashing Blades I have. Temple Strike I've got right here. Temple referring to the points on the side of your head, not a building. For some reason, for a long time, I didn't understand what I was talking about there. Boy, they just recycle elites a lot here. Like, there's so many places to capture, like Shadow Form and Broadhead Arrow. It's because it's afflicted bosses, but... Seeping Wound. I have Seeping Wound. I'm probably going off to Nightfall to capture stuff, but I just kind of want to glance through stuff here. Oh, look, another place to capture Shadow Form, maybe. The Eternal Grove. I'm just looking at on the wiki. There's lists of like elite skills by capture location for each like campaign. So I'm just scanning through that for stuff that I might want to capture. Did I get Aura of Displacement on this guy? I have Shadow Meld, but not Aura of Displacement. Okay, so that's the first one I want to go get then. Beguiling Haze I do have. Okay, and I have Locust Fury. Aura of Displacements. Oracle the Ambusher. Yeah, okay, that's the location I thought. Okay, let's go grab Aura of Displacements. And while I'm at it, let's go ahead and grab Mobius back in here. Okay. Tukaineng Centaur. It's just outside of HZH, so we'll just pop over to HZH. I mean, this guy hasn't done much of anything here. It's gone backwards, I think. Yeah, like this is weird, right? I remember doing this. I have done the Eternal Grove and gone backwards through here, but I haven't actually gone like anywhere from HCH. Obviously that needs to change eventually, and it's about to, but at least a little bit. I don't really want a lot more Kurzik faction. I need more Luxon faction so I can get this guy his Luxon armor, but because that's what I'm working on him. I've got the gloves. I just need the other pieces. We'll get there eventually. War of Displacement's one of those skills. Like, I want to have it available, but it is far and away more of a PvP skill than a PvE skill. I feel like I might have walked into an ambush. Well, empathic removal got me out of there. I've got spores. These spores are real nasty pieces of work. It's like -2 to all of your attributes or something crazy like that. Really recommend avoiding them if you can, but of course that requires you to know where they're going to be and not stand in the spots to spawn them, which is by these giant stone mushrooms. They definitely were weaker at one point in time. They gave like a 50% chance that your skills or spells would be easily interrupted or something. I don't remember exactly. It's been a long time since I did that. Now this is where I need Melandra's resilience. Well, this skill's bad in this area. Too much empathic removal. Nothing like shadow stepping right next to an enemy and then immediately shadow stepping away. It's kind of like Aura of Displacement in actually in areas where there is a ton of removal. Okay, I'm looking for Urkel the Ambusher. Did I have a... No, I'm just Course accumulated. I have some quests I need to turn in, though. Yeah, let's try to remember to do those at some point. Sometime. I want to get my skills recharged. There we go. Where's Urkel? I got shoved. Archer Signet's interesting. I've been thinking about it some lately because I have this project I've been doing slowly of trying to make builds for every elite skill. I was doing a couple. And extending the duration of some effects that are connected to, like, not bow skills is really interesting to me. Okay, I got a bunch of teeth. I need to take out this monk. The thing about Orb Displacement is it's an in and out shadow step, and a lot of the time you just want to go forward in PvE. You don't want to go back. So being able to dart into enemy back lines has its uses, but typically you don't want to be leaving is the thing. So it's nice, and you can take advantage of the fact it's an enchantment as well. With some stuff. But you can see, like, if I want my energy, I do have to be dropping it, and it's 10 energy as well. So I think it's a good skill to have in the game, and I like the design of doing this with a maintained enchantment. I think it's a really good use of maintained enchantments. It's just one of those skills that I think the application in PvE is just substantially less than the application in PvP. Just by the very nature of how the formats play. If PvP had, or if PvE had more of that PvP type setup, where you're kind of standing at odds to each other and stuff, which I don't know how they'd accomplish that. But if it did, I think Aura of Displacement would become a more interesting skill. Okay, where's the... There's the gardener. Behind us. And like Aura of Displacement certainly has its uses as well, but I don't know. It's one of those skills whose design I absolutely love, but I'm a little saddened because I know it's just not. It's not really what you need in PvE most of the time, so it kind of just doesn't have much use. Oh, well, that ended. Was there too long? This is more of a strong pressure rather than a spike bar. The previous one that I was using with Palm Strike and the knockdowns and stuff was more spiky. I'm just going this way because I want to get the outpost. I figure it doesn't hurt to make my way there. Well then, this cup is officially empty. There we go. Aspenwood Gates. Let's go back to looking at the wiki to see if there's any more skills here that I want to get. Yeah, Archer Signet I don't care about. Glass Arrows, Quick Shot, nope. Beguiling Haze, already have. Dark Apostasy, I probably have Dark Apostasy. Yeah, it's right there. Dark Apostasy is better than I have thought it was in the past. Way of the Empty Palm I should have. Right here. Another one of those alright skills. Siphon Strength. Let's see, I think. Yep. I should just leave this open. I don't know why I'm closing it. Again, Escape I don't need. Trapper's Focus is in Expertise. Oh, that's an interesting thought, though. It still has... Oh, I mean, it's a lot less exciting. Huh. But I actually think I want to go grab it. Like, that might sound weird, of like, why would you want to go get a skill that you can't technically... Just need to go on the other side of Aspenwood here. That you can't actually, like, use. Or put any attributes into, I should say. Is because, like, it still has a 12-second duration and cooldown, and it's not a great plan, but it might be feasible to use some traps with it. I should actually double check to see where this boss is. Okay, it is kind of due west. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, just over this way. Well, that wasn't exactly what I wanted to have happen. Yeah, whatever, I'll get some damage in on you before I go shadow stepping back to where that other guy is running. Hey, look, I shadow stepped back to where that other guy was running. Yeah, there we are. Jababa Root Tripper. Hi, I'm over here now. Front Spear was probably the right call. A lot of blind happening. I'm noticing. Ah, Critical Strike gloves, of course. I think Shadow Song might be up as well. Or might have been up at one point, I should probably more accurately say. So, well, yes, this is expertise, and it's anemic. It's still not, like, completely unusable. Like, it lasts 12 seconds, which is not amazing, but I could still use this and then actually get some traps off. What traps, you might ask? Well, there are some PvE-only traps, and I can still use Wilderness Survival. Okay. More skills. Okay, that's Trapper's Focus. Dark Apostasy over there. Yeah, Temple Strike, I forgot that. Shadow Shroud from the Shrouded Oni. This is the thing that makes... Yeah, I don't really care about Shadow Shroud much. I don't really have times when I want to use that one. It makes it so that way the targeted foe can't be enchanted. Yeah, target foe cannot be the target of enchantments. Which I don't really have much use for that. Okay, and this is just a bunch of like, okay, here's where elites happen with Winds of Change. Nightfall is the one that I was particularly expecting to get something out of. But not an Easton. Let's see. Barrage. Not really a thing. Way of the Assassin. I think I have that already, though. Yeah. Hidden Caltrops. I don't really care for hidden Caltrops. I think they're in Shadow Arts. Yeah, maybe I should go get them just because. It's not far. Okay, let's go get hidden caltrops. Let's go through Embark Beach though. Oh, I don't have to worry about party size nonsense. Cottonere Crossroads is the location I want to go. Okay, well, I guess you can drop me off here. Sure. Embark Beach is one of those things. It's like, this is a really good idea, but why didn't you just put all of the fast travel dudes right next to each other? Why'd you spread them out so far in like different camps? Cottonere Crossroads. I believe this is where I want to go from. Okay, another one of those. Yeah, it's over this way. Boy, that took a while to walk to. Okay, floodplain of Mankalan. I don't know if this Wandering Priest has anything I need, but... I feel like I'm expecting most of these to be in the Desolation for stuff that I want to capture. I find it really interesting that this Admiral Kaya, who's been here a very long time, is an assassin when there was a semi-related, I guess you could say, character introduced in Magic the Gathering. That's an assassin named Kaya. Or at least I'd classify her as an assassin. The problem with hidden caltrops is it's one of those skills that they kind of... Your non-assassin skills are disabled for 10 seconds. And then it's a snare that when it ends applies another snare. It's like, it's an okay skill, but it has a stupidly like... I hate the design. There's a couple of assassin skills like this that have just this design that I hate of like, your non-assassin skills are disabled for 10 seconds. It's just like, really? Really? And I think it's because it was good on Mesmers or something. But I really hate that design. It's so ham-handed. It's an incredibly inelegant design. And I just do not like it as a result. Rampage is one I already have. Smoke Trap. I think there was the... Yeah, there was the triple LA spot that I kind of want to get some stuff from. Shadow Meld I have already. Burning Arrow I'm not terribly interested in. Strike is one I have. Yeah, Ferocious Strike again. I have that one already. Escape continues to not be useful every single time you show it to me, Wiki. Wastrel's Collapse I have already. Spike Trap I have. Shattering Assault is a good one to go get. But I do not think I have. That's in the Crystal Overlook. Joko's Domain has Shadow Prison. Okay, Scavenger's Focus is in the Ruptured Heart. I think... And then Shadow Ravines has Quicksand, Mage Bane Shot, and Smoke Trap. I don't really care about Mage Bane Shot or Smoke Trap. Mage Bane Shot's alright, though. I definitely don't care about Quicksand. Okay, so yeah, there's a bunch in the like Desolation area. Let's start by grabbing a couple and heading towards Crystal Overlook, I guess. Where's this guy? Yeah, okay, just on the other side of that. What, that and then south? Scavenger's Focus is near there, though, so I want to check that location, because I may want to bring 2 Signets of Capture. Yeah. Okay, I do. I think it like... I don't know, that's a good question. I'd have to test that. I think it just, like, applies from when you use the skill. So if it's already on cooldown, I don't think it gets extended per se, unless the skill would be done earlier, if that makes sense. But I would have to... That is a good question. I would have to test that. You're welcome to go test it too, actually, and report back your findings. Okay. Mouth of Torment, because I need to go out this way, down this way, and over. I don't know. I see you saying, did my internet die? Welcome back. Okay, I'm just... Do I want Mobius? Oh, it was basically, I have no idea. I would need... It would need to be tested, whether or not it does... If it ends, or, yeah. You just need to test it, basically, is where I ended up. I don't know if it... Like, my guess is that it would just start the 10-second disable from there, and if the skill continues, like, it doesn't add to the recharge, per se, unless the skill had less than 10 seconds left, and then it brings it up to 10 seconds. That would be my guess. I don't actually know. I've not tested it. I really do not like that design pattern, though. I think it's a very... Possibly, but keep in mind that, like, the ordering in which you're doing stuff has become significant at that point and can be a bit tricky. So... Like, it might be less overtly terrible, but Oh, I just realized I have badly allocated attribute points. Let's do something about that, shall we? I should just put these there. There we go. But I mean, like, it works fine if you're enchanting yourself with some maintained enchantment, monk enchantments or something. I don't know why I'm using that on it. Oh, inscribed shards. I need to hang on to those and give them to Imrihil Argentum. Oh my goodness. Hi, yes, I am What is Energy. Well, apparently I managed to get all my energy back. There we go. That was painful. I'm just kind of glance over there, make sure I'm not missing the boss I need somewhere. Not a big fan of Graven Monoliths. But I do need inscribed shards from them. Requests. It's just one of those things where I'm pretty sure that they added those clauses as like a hack, basically, to make it so that way Mesmers couldn't use them in PvP, and they never went back and like made them use it during PvP. Yes, please RC me. Or not. I guess you could also just not. Clumsiness on my Wild Strike, which is not really what I want to have happen. There's all these like spiky things that are blocking my line of sight. Okay, there's Rendabi Death Eater. Okay, there's the Whirling Defense. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, does it do the thing that they wanted to do? Yeah, but does it do it in like, it's one of those things where it's like, making it so that way you punish me for using the multi-class system in a game with this really cool multi-class system feels so bad to me. And I really don't like it. Yeah, you can see my problem with this skill is, like, I would rather the skill work the other way, where it gives you a set amount of energy, like 3, and then the duration scales up, so that way you can, with enough wilderness survival, it has, like, permanent uptime. I'm going to swap these, because you keep the elite on the right. Because freaking, I don't know. They decided it needed to be swapped around for some inane reason. That does not make sense to me and will continue to not make sense to me. Well, okay, it makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense to me is that they just did it and didn't provide an option to change it. But yeah, so it's like, you don't want Mesmers to be, or whatever, other casters to be abusing this skill. Hidden Caltrops. Put in Dagger Mastery, or Critical Arts if you really wanted to do that. But, like, if it's going to be in Shadow Arts here, where it's sitting, instead of disabling your non-assassin skills for 10 seconds, because it's like, oh, the skill's too easy for whatever to be using or whatnot, I feel like finding some other solution would be more interesting. And like, really, I understand if you need to do a ham-fisted fix for PvP, but in PvE, please be a little bit more elegant, or like split it or something. I don't know. It frustrates me is all. Okay, everybody's warmed up. This is like, I want to be able to make use of this cool dual profession system. And this is just explicitly saying, nah. We don't care. It's too powerful. And like, frankly, I feel that they were really feeling that way towards the end. And that's why they didn't do it in Guild Wars 2. It's because they were feeling like, oh, this dual profession system is just awfully complicated, and we hate dealing with this complexity. It's like, to me, this is the thing that makes your game the coolest. Or it's like, I mean, it's not the single best thing about Guild Wars 1, but it's a really cool part of Guild Wars 1, and part of what I love about it is it gives you so much variety and self-expression. And so, to have something that's like, but we really don't want you to do in that. In such a ham-fisted way. Like, if you want it to be an assassin-only skill, just put it in critical strikes. That's how you're supposed to make it assassin-only, right? But it's just best to auto-attack these worms, because they have really high armor, but your auto-attack does not care. We got multiple desert worms. So, I don't know. I don't know what the best solution is. Obviously, we're running under the presupposition that I need to back up. That guy's wrecking my face. He'll probably pop up just in time to stop me from getting the heal off. Yep. What did I say? Whatever. But it's like, there's obviously something going on here. That they don't like non-assassins using it. So, what can be done to kind of address that, you know? That's kind of the question. Yeah, I don't think I care about smoke traps. Smoke traps hard to use. I need to get down there, and then I can go over. I don't want these acolytes doing stuff. Acolytes have resurrects, so. I don't know. It's kind of like Smiter's Boon, right? And it's like, you could change Hidden Caltrops functionality to be something like, the next time, like, hex target foe, the next time they take physical damage, they and adjacent allies are crippled or something. I don't know. How does it work? Do you get DF bonus when you target foes? Smiter's Boon? No, Smiter's Boon works right now is it doubles the Divine Favor bonus on your, here, it's actually just better if I just read it. For 30 seconds, your smiting prayers have doubled the Divine Favor bonus. So it just makes Divine Favor more effective with smiting prayers. I don't know why they didn't just change the functionality entirely. It's perfectly usable in PvE, if a little underwhelming to an extent, just because of the way PvE works. But, I mean, you can still do those. Well, so you do, though. Reversal of damage and Smite Hex and Smite Condition. There's like a handful that you do. So it was particularly strong in those situations, and it was being a real problem in PvP is what was happening. So the PvP version, it has like a 90-second recharge, a like 25 energy costs and 5-second duration. So it's just like it got Smiter's booned, meaning it was utterly destroyed. It's like, okay, there's ways of like addressing this though. Like you can change Smiter's boon to do something other than increase divine favor bonus. Or you could even like decrease the amount of divine favor bonus it gives. Or you could make it something like Smiter's boon. You get divine favor bonus on skills that target enemies. Or like monk skills that target enemies or something like that. You could go that direction with it, for crying out loud. And that would be a way of getting like a different sort of effect and encouraging the sort of smiting prayers play that theoretically you're wanting to be encouraging with Smiter's boon instead of the defensive enchantment play. But woo, let me read this wall of text. You made a quick test with hidden caltrops. Skill that are on cooldown while using it with less than 10-second cooldown, aneurysm as an example, are reset to a full 10-second cooldown. Skills with more than 10-second cooldown, e.g. Hex Eater Signet with 25-second, looks like they aren't affected in staying on their normal cooldown. That's kind of what I'd expect. So it sounds like it works kind of the way I'd expect it to. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing that, Andy. I appreciate it. Good to have information. So I imagine it's going to be the same for Mark of Insecurity. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. I appreciate that. And you're welcome. Okay, let's continue our way on to where I'm headed. Congratulations, General Morgan, on not dying to all of these enemies just yet. I don't want to fight more shambling mesas. Alright, Crystal Overlook, and this is where I can get Shattering Assault, which I want. Need to remember to hang on to this shard. Let's actually go ahead and move it to the saving place now. There's a quest that requires you to get a bunch of those that I never completed because I didn't want to farm Graven Monoliths for them. But I would like to theoretically complete at some point on Emerald Argentum. I'm trying to do most of the quests here in Nightfall. There's a couple that Girudo took. Weoli the Infectious is Plague Signet boss. Looking for more like an Acor? Arcor? I don't know, it's a bug. What I'm looking for. I really do like thinking about the design of Guild Wars 1 though. It's I really like the core systems a lot. And I like how like flexible it is to try out stuff and see what works. And where is this thing? Should be around here somewhere, but I might need to poke around a little bit. Okay, Ghostly Priest, give us the give us the bounty, but it turns out we already have it. There it is, Acor the Bladed. At least that's how I read it, anyway. Ancient Elonian chest, because Elonian chests are in the Crystal Desert. There we go. Shattering Assault. Shattering Assault's a pretty cool elite. And will immediately come in handy against this guy. Wow, that guy has quite a few enchantments on him. Shattering Assault, of course, strips 2 enchantments from... basically, each hit strips an enchantment. So it's good for peeling away some of these guys' defenses. It is 10 energy, though. Just set amounts of damage, which is also kind of unique. I want this luminous stone because I bet it will salvage into something that I need. Okay, let's look back at the wiki some more. So I got Scavenger's Focus and Shattering Assault. What else is here? Yes, that was that one. Shadow Prison from Art of the Quick. Yes, I want to go get that one. What's the last one in this area? There's a bunch of Shattered Ravines, but I don't want... So Mage Bane Shot, Quicksand, and Smoke Trap are all in the Shattered Ravines, but I don't really care for any of those. Smoke Trap, again, is just hard to use. As all elite traps kind of are, because you can't use the elite skill to make them stick around better. Okay, where's this guy? Okay, he's down from the Basalt Grotto. Do I have the Basalt Grotto? No. No, I do not. Well, maybe I should go get the Basalt Grotto. Looks like it's easiest to get to from the Bone Palace, so we'll just go over here. Go to the Bone Palace. Do I just do this? Maybe. Okay, well, let's grab this Signet of Capture. I'll probably need to buy some more here soon. Yeah, Scavenger's Focus. Again, I wish it was designed the other way, so I could increase its duration. But here we are. That is how it was designed. Okay. I need the punch in the face dazed if I'm enchanted skill. I'm going to bring that because I feel like it. Dash. That works. That does the thing that I want to do. What rune did I get? Blessed of Minor Earth Prayers. Okay, I'll need to... There's a rune trader here, so, you know, I might as well do some housekeeping. By which I mean inventory management. I feel like scythes are really tricksy about whether or not they're going to give you wood, which I do not need more of. Yeah, I do not need more of. Or iron, which I'm always happy to have more of. Okay, Minor Earth I think has gotten some value. Not a lot, though. Blessed is definitely the more valuable thing here. I'll pull out the Minor Earth. Okay, well, I got to keep the whole thing, so... Yeah, it is worth a little bit more. Okay, and then the rest of this stuff... And all be sold to the merchant. Excellent. Bonri, I have stuff for you. Enjoy. Okay, Art of the Quick is out this direction. It looks like... And then I should definitely stop by the Basalt Grotto as well. I think I picked up all of the assassin skills I want out here, haven't I? Well, I'll stop by a skill trainer and just double check. Let's make sure everyone gets over here before I hop in worms. All right. We just need to go up this direction. So let's do that. It's Awakened Thought Leech over there. Oh, more Graven Monoliths. More chance at Inscribed Shards. Again, I need those for a quest. Need like a dozen? 9? Something like that. I forget the exact number. Quite a few, is my point. Man, Mesmers are real bad against these worms. Like, these worms have, like, no armor, but they have just staggering amounts of HP. I want to show the Spirit of Quicksand what I thought of it, but I think my Girudo Siege may have gotten Signet of Humility'd. Feels likely. Good to interrupt an Awakened Cavalier. I think the Awakened Cavaliers are less aggressive about We Shall Return to normal mode than hard mode. Yep, that's basically how I feel, Clean Star. That's a good summary of how I feel. Okay, Art of the Quick is around here somewhere. That's Arna the Vigorous, not who I'm looking for. Okay, you have, or had a condition on you. This works without one, doesn't it? Yeah, it's a snare. It's a mild snare. But then if they have condition, it does additional damage. It's kind of usable regardless. That's good to keep in mind. Yeah, it's definitely, again, it goes to what's cool about this game, the build system. What are things that work against the build system? Well, being given a specific build that you are being obligated to use. That works against the build system. But yeah, when you first do it and it's new and shiny, it's really cool. And again, different people enjoy games for different reasons. So I'm sure there's some people who are like, this is the best thing ever, and I love worm form, and why can't I use worm form literally everywhere? I am not one of those people, but I could appreciate they would be out there. Hang on, how do I need to navigate this? Right, this is one of those moments where I'm going to look at the map again because I am vaguely confused. Okay, it is down and in a thing, little alcove divot thing, like here, somewhere in here. The point is, we're going back in worm form, and like that's how I feel about the Norn blessings as well. Hey. Graven Monolith. Pay attention. It was genuinely cool back in 06. I mean, I thought I've enjoyed it like the first, I don't know, bit when I was kind of like off and on. But especially as I've been streaming it and stuff, the worms have become more and more tedious. I really wish Girudo Siege was AoE. It feels like it was supposed to be AoE, and then they tested it, and then like, oh, this absolutely just obliterates everything. Maybe this is not a good idea. Like, that's how it feels to me. Ooh, more sandblasted lodestones. Excellent. The boss I want, I think, is right in there. Arna the Quick. Boy. Well, let's just go start shooting rocks at things and see what happens. Yeah, Art of the Quick. There we are. That's what I'm looking for. They have two very similarly named bosses in this map. I really didn't need this desert worm, but okay. And in other news, I seem to have aggroed a lot of enemies. Ooh, mummy wrappings, that's more cloth. I'm actually in a spot where I'm happy to get more cloth, though. Okay, but like, seriously, can I not be in this gigantic cluster of enemies? Yeah, they are. I want blinding breath. Okay, I didn't get it, but... Boy, I'm getting curb stomped. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, that was such the weirdest thing. Like, it's cool that we figured out, okay, this is what's going on with the AI and why it's bugging out so hard. But also very bizarre. Because, like, people complained that the AI didn't use apply poison that way, right? And suddenly when it is, it's like, oh, wait, that's not how I wanted to be using it. It's easy to kind of fix that bar, and I think I actually have a fixed version. You just switch to Antidote Signet. Or not Antidote Signet. You switch to Poison Tip Signet. And you still get some of that poison going on. With lesser energy requirements, which has benefits. But also, and this is the important part, without hopefully causing that, okay, everything's poisoned, I don't want to attack anything issue. I'm just waiting for this desert worm to die. Again, as I established, desert worms have a lot of armor, so it's just kind of best to auto-attack them. Let me get out of here, Spirit of Quicksand. Okay, well, somehow we managed to ultimately survive that, although our death penalty across the board is bad. Let's just restore a couple hundred HP. 4,000. I mean, this is another thing that I like about this game, is the numbers are actually relatively small. There's no need for huge numbers. They all just kind of end up not meaning anything. What's making my elite sometimes go dark? Well, I can't capture you just yet. I have Ignorance on me, which prevents the use of signets, so... Do they just have a really bad signet of humility? They must. Okay. Now let's get Shadow Prison. It's very, very, very similar to another skill, but has a slightly quicker recharge. It's a fine elite, if maybe a little lame in some regards. It's also a stronger snare. So, Shadow Prison is a 66% snare on a 25-second recharge, and this is a 33% snare on a 30-second recharge. Otherwise, they're basically identical. I think I don't care about fighting some bugs. just want to get into the Basalt Grotto. That was still really funny, though, when Jin is like, it's the middle of combat. This is the perfect time to use my flute, right? Okay, is there a skill trainer in here? It's one of those, like, neat, out-of-the-way outposts. I enjoy these. It's over the Vegan Mines. Does not look like there is a skill trainer, which is fine. What's Oxa make? 15 over 50 stuff. Okay. So if you want a 15 over 50 machete, you can make one here. I do like the Suntouched skins. Scythe Spear. Okay, yeah, and these are perfectly ordinary, reasonable pieces of equipment. A lot of this I want to salvage. I need a new salvage kit, though. And kind of that one just wore out on me. There we go. Problem A solved. Alright, let's just grab... let's actually be thoughtful about this. I'm not sure how many skills I don't have that I want to go get, so... Okay, Shadow Prison. Scavenger's Focus I grabbed already, because that was kind of on the way. Those I don't care about. Golden Skull Strike from Realm of Torment. That's one. Oh, Prepared Shot would be a good one to pick up. But that's really easy to get in Eye of the North, so I'll probably get that there. Yes, Assault Enchantments and Mark of Insecurity. So I want, like, 4 more Signets of Capture, I think. That sounds about like what I've gotten to. So let's go ahead and grab 4 of these. I need to go into the Realm of Torment now, so let's just do that. There should be a skill trainer. Yes, there is, right over there. Hello, Zendet. I'm just kind of glancing through. I don't think... Yeah, Storm's Embraces may be useful enough to get. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I think it probably is. But not so important as to bother with just yet. Okay, I need to take a short break, so I will be back in a couple of minutes, and then we'll go capture those skills, and then figure out what we're doing after that. Probably going back to Prophecies. I'd kind of like to advance the story a little bit more. Yeah, I think probably. But yeah, like I said, short break. I will be back in just a couple minutes. So enjoy dancing in the Realm of Torment. It's a good angle. I don't know, how about that? Okay, BRB. Hello, I've returned. The music here is not very strong, is it? Okay, there was a couple in Nightfall and Jahai. Let's see. So I wanted Golden Skull Strike and the Depths of Madness. So let's just go ahead and get that first. I can drop Ravaging Daggers, which sound strong. Okay, so Abaddon's Gate looks like the best place to leave from for that. Yeah, we'll put Sleeping Wound back on there. Why not, I say. Ore sits at the bottom of the ocean, Viali, I am sorry to say. But don't worry, an Elder Dragon will make it pop back up in a terrible state. Not too long. Well, in quite a while, actually. 250 years is a very long time. Let's see. 1770. It's 250 years ago. So, just consider that. 1770. Wow. We do have less effective healing here. Shield of Regen will probably still be kind of okay. Except for the Marganite Warlocks, which will make it less okay. What happens to my lead attack? We have additional pressure. Okay, well, something... I must have hit a shield bash or something. Forgotten Mage Banes. That has additional. Disable. There we go. I think I could have gone backwards a little bit for something useful, but I'm not going to bother. So the Ravager of Dreams should be in that general direction. Looks like there's a Forgotten Warden over here who will give me some goodies. Marganite Bounty seems good to me. Then we go fight some shadow dudes, but you know, that's how it goes, I guess. Ooh, shadow beasts popping up. They also have Spiteful Spirit. Man, the activation icon for your earbite is vicious looking. It's like, look at my teeth. Hey, bye. Okay, Ravager should be kind of like on the other side of this, I think. Oh no, it's just over there. How do I need to approach this? There's a lot of enemies in here, so I want to be a little bit careful about not getting over aggro. I think we're just going to have to fight a bunch of dudes, and that's kind of how it's going to go. Yeah, take that damage. Oh my goodness, these hexes here are just crazy. Also, blurred vision is doing a real number on my ability to do anything. I do have faint-heartedness on me. I'm like, why am I attacking so slowly? Faint-heartedness. Okay, there we go. Cleared that nonsense out. Let's go ahead and grab my Golden Skull Strike. Note that this is an offhand attack that does not require a lead attack. It's just an offhand attack. There's no conditions on that part of it. The only condition is whether or not it inflicts dazed. If you're enchanted, it inflicts dazed. Otherwise, it's just an attack. And not a particularly good one at that. It's alright, like, if you're inflicting dazed with it, though. Okay. So that prepared shot, but, like, prepared shot's easier to get elsewhere, so I'm going to get it elsewhere. So then it looks like the last couple are in Nightfall and Jahai. Fabio Ecuador. Okay, so that boss is kind of like halfway in between stuff. Where's the other one? Chimor the White-Blooded. Okay, so that's kind of not really near much. Okay, let's just go from Gate of the Nightfall and let's. Okay, we'll get the other one first. I'm gonna go from Gate of Pain because the directionality here is easier. By which I mean it's easier to leave from here, I think, rather than wander through bajillion everywheres to get to here. Let's replace Dash with something interesting. How about just Shadow Theft? Oh, Earbite's a PvE only skill. Right. I mean, I don't need Earbite, so that's fine. Actually, with the number of hexes that are flying around, it might be fine to just use this. And then I can put on, like, Brawling Headbutt, maybe? Okay, this just requires a knockdown and then inflicts cracked armor for that. So this works really well as a follow-up to some stuff. Ooh, I could bring, like, Poison Tip Signet if I want to. Oh, no. Terrible plan. Doesn't sound amazing, though. Let's just bring Lightbringer's Gaze. That seems like a reasonable solution to all of my woes or something. Do I want... Hang on, if I go 12, I can bring that up one more and get that to full uptime status. The reason why I kind of want to keep my critical strikes up is higher critical strikes gives me more energy on crits. So I kind of want to. Yeah, let's just try to roll with 9. It seems fine. It seems fine. These guys love to slam me with hexes, so anything I can do to help with that seems worthwhile to me. Oh, right. This is the area that gives an additional 3-second cooldown. This zone sucks as an assassin. Oh my goodness. I mean, this zone sucks. Full stop. I hate this effect in Nightfall and Jahai. It is supremely annoying. Like, I think they'd be hard pressed to find a zone effect that would be more annoying, except for just like randomly tripping. Like each second, if you're moving faster than normal, there's a chance that there's like a 10% chance that you'll just get knocked down. That would be awful as well. But I don't know. Why did Super Smash Bros. Brawl have random tripping? Like, who is that meant to help? So, like, in competitive games, random elements help to serve as a balancing factor, right? Balancing is not quite the right word. But, like, random elements help to even the playing field a little bit because somebody can win by getting lucky. Now, generally, a more competitive game, you want higher degrees of skill to correlate to more victories, like, obviously. But it's fine if they're, like... there's some amount of, like, lucky wins. And it's like lucky wins are actually good to have because lucky wins allow less experienced players to have victories sometimes, which can be an encouraging factor. It can make it feel like I can win this game and they're not just getting constantly curb stomped. So there's a lot of value to that sort of thing. However, you want to make sure that those elements actually like help and aren't just like massively frustrating for everyone, right? You want them to be exciting more than detrimental as much as you can kind of do so. Which is where tripping is just like nobody likes tripping in Smash Brothers Brawl. I don't think like that game has been modded quite a lot because it's really easy to mod because of the way you can do stuff with the stage select with loading junk data and doing stuff, which I think is kind of cool. But anyway, Quickening Zephyr, eh? I'm not sure how I feel about Quickening Zephyr. And like there's certainly games like Magic the Gathering, for example, has the luck of the draw as an element where you can just get unlucky there and lose. But like that's a little bit more like you can also get lucky, like the same mechanic being both good and bad luck. Whereas tripping is just like deeply unpleasant and feels just, why is this even here, sort of. Whereas like a card game is like, you kind of can't get away from luck of the draw. Because like, what is a card game if luck of the draw is not part of it? So, okay, so the first boss I want seems like it should be fairly near here. That's kind of cool looking. It's interesting. Moladune Resilience means bleeding is just a positive effect. Because it gives you 1 health regen and 1 energy regen. It also completely just counters lava. I was just noticing. I hate those things. I want backfire on them, soul barbs, those sorts of things. Okay, it looks like the boss that I want should be kind of up this way a little bit. Yeah, Favia Egradior. Did not pronounce that at all correctly. I apologize for my lack of Latin knowledge. Get out of here, Madness Titan. Okay, Fabio Girudo. Ooh, is using what type of bar? Like, I actually don't want to use Molander's Resilience on it because it has Wild Strike. There's Assault Enchantments. Ooh, I actually quite like that. If I can get a dual attack mark on one of these jerk wads, yes. I feel like Assault Enchantments used to have a shorter recharge, but... Anyway. It's the Mirage Cloak that's really annoying about these guys. Okay. Now I need the next one, which is Chimor the Light-Blooded. Then we'll pop back up to the Eye of the North, capture Prepared Shot, and head back down to Prophecies. That's what the plan's going to be. How I'm feeling today. I don't know. Or maybe I should go on another character and do cartography. We'll see. We shall see. Still got a few things left to do here before I think about any of that business. So I'm going to grab Gate of the Nightfall on lands as well while I'm out here. It's such a weird random outpost. I don't know. It's just there. I feel like this Forgotten Warden probably has a bounty, and I'll probably be sad I didn't get it earlier, but never mind. Yeah, I mean, I just hunted a bunch of Titans, so it would have been nice to have had that earlier. I want to look up where Chimor is again before I go wandering off. Okay. I'm looking at that. Okay, so he's this way. Okay, wiki. I need to be able to see chat still. Where I have the wiki covers chat, so. I have a good way of avoiding that happening. Oh, those are the guys I'm looking for. An Ion. Here's Chimor. Yup. Really liking my Melander's Resilience right about now. Nope, we've got back aggro. That's not good. That is in fact quite bad. Like, I'm still pushing through these guys because I need them gone as well, but... Assault Enchantments is extremely powerful, by the way. It literally strips all enchantments. It's like, must follow dual attack, target foe loses all enchantments. Pretty potent effect. So. There we go. Cleaned up that mess behind me. I should give a moment, though, for monks such as, I don't know, Dunkoro to recover their energy. Monking here is kind of brutal, too, because, like, your Orson of Healing already feels like it has a really long recharge. Orson has a really pretty icon. I think the icon artists for this game overall did a really solid job. Some icons are a little meh, but for the most part, very solid job. Heh. Where is Chimor? Oh, over there. A bunch of my dudes. Hey, could you not? Dancing Daggers is... Ooh, nice Disrupting Dagger on my lead attack. Mark of Insecurity is another one of those, like... all of your non-assassin skills are disabled for 10 seconds. So ham-fisted. Gives a bit of health regen and makes enchantments and stances that the foe uses expire a lot faster, which is like a very potent weakening effect. It's just that line of all of your non-assassin skills are disabled for 10 seconds is so ham-fisted, and I absolutely hate that design. I feel like they did that sort of thing most on Assassin, but they did it on a bunch of other professions a little bit more elegantly. Like, they could also have this, like, 50% chance of failure with critical strikes less. I still find those ham-fisted as well, where it's kind of like requires this attribute and your primary attribute. But they've done that sort of thing. Even that feels like a better way of doing this sort of thing. Not a great one, but a better one. Obviously, I don't want to use it, because I don't want to disable my non-assassin skills. Okay. Especially for a skill in an attribute that I'm not invested in. All right, let's go out of the Realm of Torment to the Eye of the North to go capture this last skill. I think I want to keep Lander's Resilience here, but this is definitely not doing it. Gonna have Capture, obviously. Let's put on Poison Tip Signet. So yeah, Mark of Insecurity. Also has that dumb clause that I hate so very much. Again, it does its job. I just feel like there could have been better ways of doing it. I'm just trying to think of what skill I want in that last slot. I don't really have a strong opinion. Let's just put Brawling Headbutt because the knockdown's nice. Okay, we actually want to leave from the Eye of the North here. Oh, and I can talk to Artificer and Molinex on the way.
May the gods protect you.
Thank you.
You honor me.
I'll do some of those later, but they're not a particular priority at the moment. All right. Ice Cliff Chasms. It's weird not having somebody standing there. They like to put NPCs there to talk at you about things and stuff. I don't know if this is actually going to be relevant at the moment, but I kind of want to use it in the Southern Shiverpeaks. Yeah, Johann the Oxflinger over there has the skill. Has prepared shot. clear out some of these holes. There we go. Pretty straightforward capture. This is just a really useful skill for energy management, so I want to make sure I pick it up. Okay. Cool. I may want other skills later, but I don't need them right now. Serenia and Norgu are at the bottom. I want to go turn in this quest I've been holding on to. Let's update the thing because I'm no longer capping skills. That is a ranger, but that's a ranger in... Yeah, okay, that's Lunatic Court costume. There's a render of a female ranger in the game. Or not, like... it is in the game. It's in the character creator. But there's a render that... there. I don't really feel like I need anything else from that, honestly. But anyway, this rendering of a female ranger is not using any ranger armor that I can identify. It's armor that looks distinctly like armor that should belong to a ranger, but it does not look like any ranger armor actually in the game. And I think that's kind of interesting. Okay, I mean, I could use Dust Trap, but that's an awful lot of energy. What I actually kind of want to do... let's drop Falling Spider after that, maybe? Maybe put a few points in Shadow Arts for Death's Charge. There, something like this. I don't know, this is a weird bar, but should do what I want it to. I'm thinking. I just assume these scythes are all like containing wood instead of iron. They probably can contain iron. It's just I've had so many not doing that. Norgu and Serenia are the ones I dropped. Captain Hugo Bronzebeard. Yep, I will go find your lost dudes. If we had been a Prophecies character, Vanyi up here would have a quest for us to go visit the Crystal Desert and talk to the ghosts there, or go to Heroes Audience, Destiny's Gorge, and Secret's Passage, so that way we could see the ghosts there, so we could learn to change our secondary professions, because, of course, most players would not know that because they ascend it and immediately do Dragon's Lair and charge offwards into the sunset of not being there. Wow. Huh. Cloth came out exactly. Interesting. I'll sell these later. Say hello to Alicia at level 20. She does get there. Doesn't hang out indefinitely, but she does get there. Okay. Tell us shoot. What does this guy give? Oh! That doesn't seem worth. I'd rather get the feathers off of those than 2020 Necromancer offhands, but that's just me. I'm expecting, by the way, I'm planning on using this build when I skip the star as well. At which point I'm planning to encounter a significant increase in the number of hexes I'm dealing with. would have been interesting? If Mark of Insecurity was something like, hey, Katie, good to see you. A little bit. Hope you're doing well. But it'd been kind of cool if Mark of Insecurity was something like, whenever they land a critical hit, they lose health. Something like that. Yeah. How have you been? Hope you've been doing well. Staying sane during these trying times. Which sounds kind of like an empty platitude, but I do mean it. No, stop. Stop making bone fiends. Ah, that sucks. Never fun when joints hurt. I mean, it's never fun when anything hurts. Well, I hope that gets better for you soon. Wonder why they decided all of these spawns should be replaced with Nashers. It's very weird. Well, I appreciate it. It's good to see you. Looks like you've been doing some streaming. I think I've seen that occasionally in the Discord. Just, what have you been up to? Hope you're doing something you enjoy, at least. Can I slip past these? Cool. Well, I hope that's been going well for you. Ah. Yeah, Among Us. Boy, talk about some developers that suddenly had a game that was like kind of meh in terms of how it was doing, and then suddenly everybody was into it. It's a game that I think is a lot of fun to watch, but it's not really one that I would want to play. But I'm glad you are, I'm assuming, enjoying it. This is actually really cool. I haven't really noticed this before. This is the Shining Blade set, but they've added a kind of a King Adelburn-esque cape to it, the model. That's interesting. Yeah. The bluffing element of Among Us is why I think I would have issues with trying to play it successfully. Okay. Remember, self, you're not infused. Try to avoid angering the Mersat. Fine Solar okay, though. Nope. I mean, we could probably take the Mersat, but I'd rather not risk it. General Morgan knows what's up. Hey, thank you for the host. I appreciate that. There we go. Now they have slipped by us. Well, I found the barb traps. No. It's not the conditions I'm worried about here, though. It's the these guys. There are 1,001 degeneration hexes. Okay, maybe it's just a few degeneration hexes, but I think of this area as being one of those places where you just get coated with so many hexes that it's impossible to actually get them all removed. Which, given that I have like a lot of hex removal on this team, is maybe not going to be entirely accurate, but that's That's how I mentally categorize it. On the other hand, I do have a lot of hex removal. So maybe I'm just used to coming to this area with insufficient hex removal. I would believe that. Hey, you. Leave Dunkora alone. Oh, you have mark protection on you. Never mind. Not gonna get any damage through on that guy. Hey, Dolyak Master. Does the guy in Melander's Resilience look a little bit like Odo to anyone else? Or person? Suddenly just looking at it, it reminds me of Odo. A little bit, anyway. Well, that's probably a bad weapon. They go down with such a satisfying, like, rumble. Alright, let's see what this idol is. Oh, armor +9 versus Char. I see. The dwarves are defending themselves against the Char now. Right. Accidentally got caught in that. I'm going to salvage this jeweled chalice. There they go! Bye, Dolyaks. Obviously, we're not doing the bonus here. You need infusion to really be able to do it properly, and I'm not infused, so... Glad that worked. Okay, Melander's Resilience, probably an overreaction to, like, bad memories. It's getting to feel a lot like that. Hey, White Mantle Priest, how do you feel about me being in your face, I guess? That's where that ended. Apparently have pretty good damage. That's exciting. Okay, this is a lot more streamlined when you don't have to do a bunch of running back and forth to blow up stuff to free our friend. Yeah. I love doing Falling Spider with Brawling Headbutt. It just feels so satisfying. Wonder why that guy's Drider's defenses was not like blocking me at all. Feels a bit wonky. Drider's defenses, do I even have that on this guy? No, Snare looks really similar. Drider's defenses wouldn't be terrible for me to have, but it's a really good like emergency. I am under immense distress because it gives you like a block chance and a ton of armor against elemental damage. So that's pretty nice from that standpoint. There we go. Do want to be careful with Mersats. I'll take the roundabout route. If you're infused, you can just like charge through there because like Mersat are no longer a huge threat. But if you're not infused, obviously they are a huge threat, so best not to fight them. I mean, we probably could. Like 3 Mersat's not a huge deal, but still. At some point, I need to make my way back over to Ascalon on this guy. Won't be for a little bit yet, though. All right, this group. I mean, this is mostly a victory for Splinter Weapon more than anything else. Splinter Weapon does good work against large groups of enemies. By good, I mean highly... Really? Well, some of these White Man are very underwhelming. But yes, by good work, I mean highly effective. Okay, Dwarven Powder Keg Station. I need another one of these. Is that the Stone Summit emblem? Like, I'd believe that this was a Stone Summit base that the White Man will have taken over. You know, using as kind of an impromptu prison. There's the Mersat that spawned to kill Saedra. It still would have been really cool if at this point you got a green bow called Saedra's bow. Because she does give you her bow here. She's like, take my bow. I won't need it where I am going. You know what? I don't feel like waiting for these guys. Often I'll wait for these Mersat to like leave and get killed on explosives and stuff. But you know what? Let's not do that. Let's just give them the business end of running away, which is us not being there. By the way, giant frost elemental thing doesn't have flesh. I know that's shocking news, but here we are. Now, I guess slightly hung up on some of our spirits, I suppose. You do want to make sure you take out everybody here. If you try to run past this group because they're infighting, Avenia will get caught on them and then die. I've had that happen before, and it was awful. I do not recommend. You want to make sure she's not getting hung up on anything. Dolyak Master. I feel like a good old shield of regen. Dwarven scout armor. Don't mind if I do. I wonder where those Mersat are. Obviously, letting the Mersat come through here allows them to kill a bunch of the enemies. That has some benefit. In my opinion, not a lot, but it has some benefit. These groups are not especially difficult. That's why there's not a lot of benefit, but... Right. Okay. Just wanted to double check to make sure Avenia's with us. If she gets separated, it's real bad. The Mersat stop chasing you once you get past this point anyway. As is evidenced by the fact that they will just chill at this area. Do I not have any condition removal or enchantment removal on my team? That feels like it might be an oversight. Okay, well, whatever. Problem solved. Just had to wait for market protection to wear off. That's not uncommon, though. Oh, wow. Could you have gotten luckier, Arlok? Probably not. Friggin' Wild Strike down. Disrupting Chop to oblivion. A lot faster when you're not waiting for the Mersat to slowly make their way through the map. Cool. Venya makes a nice speech there. It's all nice and sad about Saedra passing. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. Let's see. Okay, Rhaegar. You may have these things. Yes. Thank you. Okay, I decidedly do not need this as my elite. I think... I'm okay with these being here. Death charge, maybe. No, that's fine there too. I think I either want... No, I'm gonna... Do I want assault enchantments? I don't think anything's that thick in enchantments. I mean, I could just go with the question of how many dual attacks is too many and just bring Shattering Assault. That seems fine. There. Just give me a way of getting rid of some of these enchantments that are everywhere. Let's go. 2 lead attacks, or 1 lead attack, 2 offhand attacks, 3 dual attacks. That seems well balanced. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna suck. This is a spot where I really wish I had I Am Unstoppable. Getting it's kind of a whole thing, though. You can skip that battle if you just don't fight anything. But heroes will automatically engage, so you kind of need to flag them. Get him to run past. Oh, there's Marcus. Well, Marcus lost his White Mantle Escort. Yeah, here comes the Giant Stomps and the friggin' Signets of Judgment and the knockdown on critical hits. Tundra Giants are really annoying. Really annoying. Let me just spam knockdowns, which is why I Am Unstoppable would be really useful. I Am Unstoppable is a bit of a pain to get, though. Maybe I should have gone ahead and gotten it. Maybe I'll get it before the next part. Or, you know, start things off with getting it. There we go. I guess I could bring something like Balthazar's Pendulum or Support of Spirit or whatever, if I have those in my list of available skills, obviously. I'm really not looking forward to more THK. THK is so boring. This is Iron Mines of Moladune. You know what? I might do THK off screen so I can AFK or pseudo AFK the friggin' part at the end. Or maybe what we'll do. You know what? No. What we'll do is we'll see if we can find the spawn point and like camp that. And just spawn camp THK. That's a possible strategy that was suggested on the wiki. Any moment, anytime you feel like allowing me to be standing would be appreciated under Giants and your like unlimited supply of knockdowns. Okay, there we go. And we get up to this battle zone. Oh, some trolls. Shattering Assault is nice in that it's also unblockable. So I do have an entirely unblockable chain if I'm enchanted, which is nice. Okay, well, I was hoping we wouldn't have to aggro these guys, but it looks like we are. That's okay. Where do you think you're going? Nowhere, that's where. Yeah. I think the fallback incoming chain that I have on General Morgan is throwing the AI off a little bit because I'm hitting areas like early. If that makes sense. Leastways, that's the sense I'm getting. Oh man, I sure appreciate the deep freeze and ice spikes, just making enemies easier to go after because of the snares. Like, water magic is not like the best for damage, but the control elements of it are really, really nice. Of course, you move like a dwarf would be a good way of kind of working with some of that, but I don't have you move like a dwarf just yet. Because obviously that requires me to do a little bit more questing. There we go. Dwarven battle stance and rush? I guess. Seems a bit odd. Seems a bit odd. Ow. Oops. Okay, well, okay. I'm not gonna hit the button that I originally planning on hitting because I accidentally hit the wrong button. I really like the animation that they have for Falling Spider. And then this nice downward stabby animation. Looks really cool. Where do you think you're going? But assassins in general have some really cool attack animations. Need to get all the way over there. We'll clear this up as we go. There we go. So many mountain trolls. Farming mountain trolls used to be like the way power leveling was done. There's another mountain troll over here. There's a location outside Drakner's Forge. What people would do is they would probably get runs to Beacon's Perch. Potentially even. Okay. Take care, Andy. Thanks for watching. I'll be finishing up fairly soon, actually. But anyway, so they would go to... from Beacon's Perch, get run down to Drox, and then get power level to Drox. 20. Of course, a lot of that became moot when the other campaigns came out. And you can start characters there and get max armor earlier and level up in those places. I don't think you need Spellbreaker. One of the things that's nice about Assassin is you have these options for moving enchantments that aren't spells. They're skills. Attack skills and things like that. It has the benefit of letting you get around anti-caster enchantments. And if you have a highly caster team, it lets them suddenly start doing stuff again. Is a nice benefit as well. So you can see, like, using that right there to strip it suddenly allowed it to die a lot more quickly. Ah, we got the Signet of Judgment boss. There's also Spiteful Spirit and Illusionary Weaponry that you can see pop up along here. So. All right, Bolt Dusk Strider. He may have knocked me over, but at least it was next to you instead of next to my allies. What I'm thinking. Then they're not taking the AoE damage from Signet of Judgment. Obviously, I'm also shattering these guys. Which, doing that allows me to get rid of their retribution and such. As the remains will become some dust. Not a lot of dust, though. They're not that impressive. Azure Shadows are, they're one of those enemy types that's kind of annoying. They're another non-fleshy enemy type, too, actually. Okay. See when I use Falling Spider. Immune to poison, no flesh, because they're ghosts. I actually really like that mechanic, for what it's worth. I think fleshiness is a really cool, way of making things feel a bit more comprehensive. Okay, that's not gonna work. I don't know if comprehensive is the exact right word for that, but basically, it means you kind of need to change up strategies and stuff in some places, and I don't know. And Destroyers being immune to burning, makes perfect sense. Has a lot of beneficial mechanical implications in theory. Although, you don't want to use fire magic against them regardless. But fire magic is generally so useful that having something that makes you not want to do it is a good idea in my opinion. Okay, this is the armor that I want to infuse. Oh, yeah, Radiant, of course. So, let's go get the Eidolon's guts. That's the objective now. And here we have the Illusionary Weaponry boss. I don't see a reason to attack the Clumsiness. Seems like a bad idea. Yeah, no, he uses Illusionary Weaponry again. Presumably it's killed these guys. There's, the Spiteful Spirit boss can also potentially spawn in one of those locations as well. I don't mind the idea behind Prophecy randomized bosses, but the play can be a little annoying at times. There we go. That Maelstrom missed just a wee bit. Wow. Okay. This course didn't get cast time, so the fact that I got interrupted in a little bit, kind of unfortunate. Just hit me at the right moment to make it get interrupted. The Eidolon does have flesh. Interesting. I haven't explored this cave very much. I wonder if I have more cartography there to do on Disciple. Maybe. Like, most of his cartography is in, like, missions and stuff, so. Zashiros Channel, for example. I'm at space and that sort of thing, and Cantha. That's actually not a bad idea. I should do Zashiros Channel on him. Or some of the Luxon challenge missions. In order to cartography those areas. Yeah. I'll look into that. Maybe... I don't know. Thank you. Hooray! My armor is now infused. This tag that they had to stick on armor forevermore. What if infusion had instead, like, so if the insignia existed beforehand, what if infusion was a special insignia? And it was an armor crafter that you'd craft infused armor with. An infusion insignia armor. That would be, I mean, probably annoying, let's be blunt, but interesting. I mean, I'm glad it's not that, but I have to admit the idea is kind of interesting to me. Oh, this cave just extends way off into the distance, but you can't actually go over there. I was feeling very confused for a moment, but it's just, it turns around. That's all. Too many monks. Oh, man. Ate the shielding hands as applied in between the 2 hits of the Shattering Assault. Beautiful. Shadow Steps are going to be so nice for the latter part of this as well. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Because these can be really annoying to go on top of. Okay, let's clear out the dudes at the front of the fortress first, though. Hi, I'm up here now. I mean, I could walk over there. Okay, I'm gonna walk over there. I kind of wanted Death's Charge, but Death's Charge was still recharging. And then the guy that I was actually close enough to maybe be able to Death Charge him died. And the whole thing seemed like a exercise in futility. Okay, well. Can't stop that one. This bar has actually been pretty fun. I'm enjoying it. I suppose if you really wanted to, you could potentially go backwards at this point and do the bonus. Now that I think about it, I've never thought of doing that before. I just thought about it just now. It's a bit late in the day, but it's an interesting idea. Oh, there we go. That's taken care of. Leaves me at THK. Obviously, we don't have time for THK, because THK takes a long time, on account of it being long. So let's salvage a few things. I was expecting more from that. Urban, I don't suppose you could hook a guy up with a an ID kit, could you? Thanks. I just want to ID these remaining things. Okay, there's a few minutes left in today, though. What should I do for a few minutes left in today? Maybe I should go... I don't know. This like, finding something to do for, like, 10 minutes in this game can sometimes be a little tricky. Okay. Hang on to this cloth. This way. Go sell that. There we go. Don't really have anything I want to go capture on him. Capturing would be one potential thing to do. Actually, what I kind of want to do... Yeah, okay, you know what? Yeah, let's just do this. Do I have any... Okay, those things are largely full, but not the bounty. What is the bounty? Did I look at this already? Leg of Destruction? Oh. Yeah, that's at the bottom of Raven's Point. No, don't want to do that. Let's go to Kaineng and let's just look at this map here. So this section right here is uncovered by doing Zashiro's channels. And it looks like there's stuff in the Orios mines that I could uncover. Emmett's Basin. I think I've gone there. Obviously, cartography mods would help a good bit. Ultram Ruins, I've probably at least touched at. So let's go ahead and actually, let's go to Zashiro's channel. And let's just go do a little bit of this to wrap things up. Oh, I was doing a test, by the way. Grunt's Aura works really nicely with Shadow Form. Anybody who might be curious about that. Get out of here, Shadow Form. Sure, whatever, I'll just Avatar of Grunth. No, not that one, this one. And I think slash warrior for whirlwind attack, probably? I don't remember what goes on here. But I imagine if I just bring a competent team, all will go well. I mean, sure. General Morgan, you do running fast. Yeah, I don't need a Soul Twist here. I probably want some Elementalists, though. Like Sasuke. Yeah, that's fine. Dunkoro? Sure. That seems reasonable. Master of Whispers. Is Livia set up as a minion master right now? Yeah, I mean, that's fine. And, I don't know. I've got enough healing, so I just need more offense. How about, Beck? It's probably on some sort of... Oh, Vex the... Okay, sure, that's fine. Okay, I don't remember what you do here, but I mostly just want to explore anyway, so... Let's do that. Zashiro's channel. Okay, so we need to keep this guy alive. But we also just want to get cartography, because this guy's... Ooh, over 10 million experience. These are, like, way down here. As Canthan cartography is lacking. Looks like a lot of this could be gotten more in the middle. So we're just going to run off towards the middle. Oh, these Luxon Adepts already here? Well, I mean, sure. Let's give them the business end of... Okay. Club of 1,000 Bears is maybe suboptimal here. If we're going to be fighting humans... There we go. That's probably most of the cartography I was kind of missing in between things. Oh, we got some dudes on my back line. Well, the Battle Priest is probably dying, but I kind of did what I wanted to do here, which was cartography a bit. Okay, Orios Mines. Let's go pop in over there then, briefly. Because there's a lot more cartography here to have happen, too. I can just tell. I think this extends off away. I'm gonna use one of these, because why not? I mean, I'm really looking forward to whenever it is that I finally get all of his, like, consumable titles up. Ooh, one more title for that. That's cool. I could get closer by doing a little bit something here or there. Yep. That right there. That one bonus. 98% even on Elonian Master Cartographer. We'll wrap up after doing this, so people know what my plans are. Okay, so I need to go kill these Shadows of Kanoxai. I forget what the loss condition is. There's a loss condition here, but I'm mostly interested in getting cartography scraping. There's a bunch of geography here to go get. Yeah, here's another location. Nothing here, but there's map to uncover. I feel like I might be losing. It doesn't explicitly call out a loss condition. It might just be if I wipe. I don't know if the Nightmare Horde points matter. I'd kind of guess not. Do I lose if all of my enchanters die? I don't know. I just got another enchanter. It's been long enough since I've done this. I don't remember the mechanics, though. I dipped in here a little bit during the slow playthrough, but there's obviously some sort of strategy to doing well here that I just don't know offhand. Because I've not done it. My strategy is stay one step ahead of the Nightmare Horde, I guess. I don't know if I can club you over. Getting Club of 1,000 Bears on my assassin is going to be obnoxious. / warrior to give, well, ooh, that is a pit and a half they've got going on here. But without the warrior to be able to get points in, I feel like it might be a little bit of a problem. Tears of Dwayna. The heck? Oh, that's some sort of... I see. I mean, getting over here to... I feel like I need to take out the Shadow of Kanoxai quickly. Oh well, I haven't lost just because I don't have the thing anymore, so maybe that's not a big deal. It's just how I get points, I guess? I don't know. I don't know the mechanics here. I said that already. Presumably, if I'm not keeping stuff capped, there'll be more and more enemies coming for me. I could theoretically get a little overwhelmed. That seems like the most likely explanation of like what the loss condition is. Hi, you. Well, hopefully this will help me get my Luxon faction up a little bit, because I need it for making some armor. Flesh Golem. Bye. What do you even do, Tears of Dwayna? I don't know. I mean, I'm representing Gren's pretty hard, so... Deep Nightmare. Spooky sounding. Okay, I wonder where I'm missing cartography now. I know that I can get like text mod to help figure some of that out. I mean, bad news for these guys. I'm a slayer of all. Yeah, my Canthan cartography is at 99.2%, just like my Tyrian is. Except the Tyrian want to have more of an idea of where to go to try to find more cartography. I guess theoretically we want to capture more spots. Can they drop Jadeite? That'd be kind of nice. I still need like 1,000 faction. Wow, good old splinter weapon doing its job. loading things. Alright, you make too many things. Ooh, this is spicier looking. What do we got going on over here? Well, Splinter Weapon did his job. That's all I can say at times. Darkening Idu Kanji. Maelstrom. Best not to stand in those. I've learned that a lot of times. There's the culprit. Okay, but like, let's actually just start pushing our way this way. Because, like, I want to take out another Shadow of Kanaxai. I feel like probably the best strategy here is some sort of, like, multi-assassin team running around, taking out all of those Shadows of Kanaxai. And just, like, staying on that. You definitely want a bunch of human players. That's for sure. This is working all right, but I feel like I just leave when I get bored. Okay, I probably run a little bit long on this stream. Have I done my goal of getting cartography? I think probably. Oh, I have lost all points and lost. Okay, that's fine. I did what I wanted to do. I have done what I wanted to do. I mean, I didn't get a whole lot of rewards from that because, I mean, I got 24 gold and an additional 97 Luxon faction. Equal to the points I got. That makes sense. All right, but I have gotten a little bit more cartography in. I'll have to scan the map to figure out where any more might be. I've gotten myself a little bit further on the Luxon title track, which is good. Okay, well, that's going to be things for today. I will be back tomorrow with probably just continuing Prophecies stuff. I might do some other things too. I don't know. We'll figure out. I will figure it out between now and then. But I will be back tomorrow for tomorrow's stream. You can follow the channel, get notified when it goes live, or check the schedule in the thing down below, or I have a Discord as well. Yep, that's where I usually wave. That's where my waving hand is. The camera's looking a little off-center, so I was looking at it. But I make messages when I go live there as well. I feel like that's most of it. So thank you all very much for watching, and until next time, everyone, take care, and goodbye.